All right, apologies for that, folks. April tags, am I right? All right, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. All right, let's get practice match 2 underway. Drivers behind your lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, practice match number 3. Drivers behind your lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, teams, you ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get practice match 5 started in 3, 2. This time for sure. In 3, 2, 1, go.
please welcome to the field your master of ceremonies, highly visible from outer space, Darren G.
Yeah! Woo! Oh my goodness, how's it going? Oh, I can't hear. How's it going? Yeah, come on. Oh, one more time. How's it going? Ah! All right. Hey, let's welcome to the 2020. It is. We're working on it. Almost there. No mic. He's really close, though. You guys can hear me all right? All right, now it's a rock concert. No. Oh, my goodness. A little feedback here. Okay, down just a hair. I can hear it really good, too. All right. What's that, better? Okay, I'll try not to blow your ears out. Okay, again, let's welcome the 2026 Pacific Northwest SunDome District event, where we have some amazing competitions set up for everybody. And we'll kick this off for the first robotics competition and this year's challenge, which is Rebuilt, presented by Haas. This will be a great weekend. And what's cool is that this is a cool venue to be here. And again, we're going to have 27 teams and that are going to compete in this weekend. First, to inspire you students to make discoveries with your innovations and help you become the next leaders. Try not to burn your ears out here. We turn down just a hair. Again, thank you, Qualcomm, for your investing the 20 years and support for the students and also for FIRST. Also, FIRST continues to be excited to partner with our rebuild season. I'll try to move over here and see if I get out of the back zone. Operation of makers. Turn your creativity into real-world impacts. A big, huge thank you to Gene Hodge Foundation and to all of our donors. Can we give them a big hand of applause, for the work they do for us? And included in those donors, this could be also those with large companies, that could be the small businesses, and this could also be the individual donors, as could be parents, grandparents, sometimes it's even the mentors who are part of that donor for each of the teams. So besides these fundings, there's also those people that volunteer their time. Though there may not be a monetary associated, time is monetary because in the long run, they're there investing their time in you. And that is when you're investing, you're actually a donor to that time. And that could be your mentors, your teachers, your coaches, and the thousands of volunteers you see walking around here and sitting up here in blue shirts. All of these folks are donors and support for this program. And I think it's really cool that you're doing that. So again, give these guys applause too. And since we're talking about the blue shirts, let's have them all stand up. Like a big wave. Woo! Give them a huge thank you. We're going to have Heidi Sipe wave because you are the judge advisor. And so these folks in the blue shirts, they're volunteers and here at our district. And these very distinguished group of folks here, remember, they are already in the workplace. They're part of businesses or organizations, or maybe some have retired, so they have some serious history that they can pass on to you as you talk to them. Because one thing you want to do, these are the people you want to network with, right? So go up, talk to them, say hi, introduce yourself, tell them your passion, what you want to do. Because this is high school. You've got a whole future ahead of you, and these are the folks that have already been there. They know what's going on, and they can help you in that walk. So again, judges, thank you for your time and efforts you're putting into this. I know you've got a big job ahead of you, and I wish you the best, and also wish you a little bit of luck. Okay, and the next folks we want to introduce, and they are led by this amazing person who's been around for like ever, because why? Because she's an alumni. And this is Natalie Jansen Schmitz, and she's the head referee. Woo! Wave. Come on, wave. There they are. All right. Now, as you keep in mind, this next group, what they say on the field is on the field. Wave, judges. Come on, wave. Dale, wave. Okay. Well, that was awkward. Anyways, so playing on a field. The judges make sure that there's fair play. They want to make sure that the rules are enforced. And if there's any issues and stuff, there's actually a, what are those things called? Yeah, question mark. I knew I'd get there. Question mark back here that only a student can go to if they have a question about what happened. So again, back here, there's a question mark, I think, right by you. Is there one by you, Steve? There a question mark there that they'll actually go back there and you can go do that. So only a student, by the way. And keep in mind, their rulings are final. And remember, if you've never been to one of our events, that here at First, we do not have video playback or reviews. So when the judges make a decision, it's final. So again, keep that in mind as you keep moving on. The other part about First, which is amazing, is the safety. And along with our competition, safety is priority is first with First. So we want to have fun, be safe at what you're doing, and we want to welcome our safety manager from Team 4131, Mr. Doug Chappelle. There he is. And you can find him as being also worked for a really big aerospace company in Seattle, and also, as I found out, he's actually a professor now down at UW, helping out down there and teaching them all about the realities of life, which is great. Thank you, Doug. And to help as part of this safety environment, what we want to do is, speaking of safety, is here at the SunDome, first of all, we'll be following the standard response protocol. This is the new process that's out there for your safety and events that occur during the event. There'll be a QR code throughout the entire flipping of slides. So as you see different slides about what is this really mean, you can actually go up there and get the QR code through the slide deck that'll be posting on the big screens as well as posted around the area. And so for more information about this standard safety protocol and what it really means and stuff, you actually, it's really an easy website to get to. It's called iloveyouguys.org. And that's where the safety protocol, standard safety protocol. I'm still getting used to all the words, sorry. I'm new at this and they're looking to replace me. Anyways, so again, iloveyouguys.org. Okay, remember, again, students, team, mentors, coaches, remember where the exits are and have a team meeting place. If something was to happen or something is happening, please make sure you have something in place on where you're going to meet, in a parking lot or somewhere. But make sure you guys have it all figured out so that we're not running rampant. Okay, as part of that, we want to remind everybody about, what is it? Gracious professionalism. All right, does everybody know what gracious professionalism is? Yeah. And one of the things is that here at First, this is what exemplifies gracious professionalism, and the person who actually brought this statement out, and that was Dr. Woody Flowers, and in honor of him, he was the originator of it, and from there now, there's this award that honors Woody Flowers, and also those mentors or coaches or folks that are part of your team that are mentors. And this is what we do as part of this. And what we're going to be doing is, during the award ceremony, we're going to be announcing finalists who will be brought up. And then our world, we actually have a world Woody Flowers receiver, Mr. Eric Stokely, who's going to be here. And he's our field guy. Yeah, he didn't think I was going to do that to him. So again, we're going to be going through the nominees for the nominees, finalists, and then during this weekend, and then we'll actually give somebody an award for that as a nomination during our award ceremony. All right, and then as we go from the amazing mentor of Woody Flowers, we also want to intro the coaches. If your coaches are here, mentors and coaches, could you stand real quick, FRC? Come on, you got to stand. I'm going to make you stand. All right. And thank you for the hard work and time you put into. And of those, there's probably some FTC coaches and FLL coaches out here. And if you've always wanted to know, I'm going to give you a wave and give you a big applause for the FTC, FLL coaches that are out there. And they're always looking for more down between here and Washington, as we're the Pacific Northwest. We're actually we're shared together in what we do, which is really cool. So again, they have openings for that. If you really want to know, there's the QR code up on the screen, which will be up there sometime, and you can scan it up there on the screen, and then that way you can get more information. I know that the FRC is big, but FLL and FTC, remember, sets the foundation of the students that get into the FRC side of stuff. So having both the FLL and FTC in place makes a huge difference. Okay, so here's what's happening today. Outside of the awesome robot action here, almost got there. We're also going to have any senior high school students, not seniors, but senior high school students at lunch, right at lunch, beginning of lunch, we're going to have the senior picture up here. So again, when we break for lunch, senior high schoolers come up here. And then for the alumni, there's got to be some first alumni in here. I know there's a few back here working too. There's going to be a alumni photo at the end of the night. We're hopefully to be out of here around 6 o'clock versus 9:30, where I was at another event they had. So we're going to keep it moving because we have a great small venue, which is really awesome. So want to again make sure that that's after for the alumni come after the final match. And also, any mentor, all the mentors out there, whoever thought you could not get free donuts and coffee, right? So there's a mentor's breakfast tomorrow at 7 a.m. So if you're a mentor, come back here. Robot inspection station, the mentor's breakfast will be back there. And that's tomorrow at 7 a.m. behind the robot inspections. So with that, everybody's looking really bored. So let's have everybody stand up. Woo! All right. And let's remove our hats for the national anthem. Yeah, baby. All right. Okay, I'll stay over here. Fox. Everybody, okay, so now, are you guys a little ready for a little bit of robot action? Oh, yeah. Me too. So let's go ahead. Let's get the robots out on the fire up the robots, and while they're doing, let's introduce our game announcer, Mr. Josh Clark. Ready? All right, we got robots on the field here up at the 2026 Pacific Northwest SunDome District event. So let's go ahead and kick off and welcome our Red Alliance. That's right, they're over from across the pond here in the pond. I'll just call it the mountains. Let's welcome to the field Team 4131. And their alliance partner here on the red. Let's give a big warm welcome to Team 2811. And their alliance partner for the red to round this off is 10-4-23. And hanging out down here on the blue, big warm welcome to Team 876. All right. And an 2026 Impact Award winner. That's right, Team 4061. And to round off this blue alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 10416. All right. We got a green light. Thumbs are up. Nod from the FTA teams. That means one thing, feet behind the line, because in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got robots on the field, so you know what that means. Let's go ahead and kick it off and introduce here on the Red Alliance. Let's give a big warm welcome to Team 2147. And their alliance partner, let's give a big warm welcome for the Red 8532. And their alliance partner, final alliance partner for the Red, let's welcome Team 6443. And come here to the Blue Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 4692. Let's give a big warm welcome to Team 29. And wearing some amazing colors, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 3712. Are you ready? All right, thumbs are up, teams. That means behind the white line. We're going to kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here at SunDome, and we begin with another autonomous period here. This time, a little bit more even between the alliances. A little bit of a slower start for Blue, but they catch up very quickly now and actually take the lead here towards the end of autonomous, with some scoring coming from over the wall. That's actually the Robo Sparks human players, as well as Robo Cats human players, getting their basketball skills on and contributing some human-assisted score to the overall autonomous score. Red Alliance will take our first shift here in teleop, and immediately Classified begins with a 8 or 10 point scoring cycle. Blue Alliance machine coming over to visit on the Red Alliance side. That's the Metal Mallards, the 4692 machine you see. Unlike last year, there's no limit on the number of defensive robots over on the Red Alliance side of the field. So we sometimes will see a flurry of defensive activity on the opposing side of the field. But this time, things pretty calm. We're sending just one at a time. Very old school throwback to last year. Minute and a half left to play. Blue Alliance leads by 6. Blue Alliance hub starts blinking. That tells us there's just 3 seconds left of scoring opportunity there on Blue. And although you can't actually see it, in theory, the red hub should be lit up there. Now it's lit up. Fuel comes flying in from both corners of the Red Alliance territory. That's Aimbot out of Hillsboro, Oregon, and Chuck out of Spokane from either corner, contributing to that Red Alliance score. They now have a very slight lead. Very back and forth match. A pretty even match as far as things go. Robo Sparks now for Blue will take up the helm on scoring for Blue. They're getting pushed around just a wee little bit there by Classified out of Umatilla, coming over and saying hi. Umatilla team jumps back over the bump in midfield. The bump in this year's game is named after a field element from like 16 years ago, back when robots played soccer. Takes on a different shape, though, this year. It's a bit of a triangle rather than a step. 15 or so point lead here for the Blue Alliance. 15 seconds left for the Red Alliance to try to make up the difference. We've got a hopper of fuel inside the chuck machine. We'll see if they're able to make it happen. Lo and behold, it's a climber. Everybody online who says climbs don't matter, behold, it can happen. As we see Umatila's classified jump up to at least a level 1, and we'll let the referees decide what anything else is there, and we'll get a final score to you just as soon as we can. Match number 2's in the books. It's a Blue Alliance victory. 135 points to 124. That was anybody's game the whole way through. But the Blue Alliance will scoop up the victory and the 3 ranking points that go with it, plus the energized bonus ranking point for meeting that 100 fuel point threshold in the match, which you can see there in the score breakdown. We'll get everything cleaned up, all 500 in fuel put back in its orderly position, and be right back with Qualls match number 3.
Got robots on the field. Let's go ahead and introduce, starting here on the Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 9023.
They're sponsored by Boeing, Limited Productions, and Metal Tech. They are the future Martians.
And their alliance partner, hoping to see him soon, that'd be Team 11347.
Representing the Lind Ritzville High School in Lind, Washington, they are the Bronco Brigade.
And to round off this Red Alliance, let's welcome Team 9613.
Representing Kennewick High School in Kennewick, Washington, that's Lions Bite.
How you doing? Good. Awesome. Good job, guys. Coming on down here to the Blue Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 9450.
Sponsored by the North Shore School District, OSPI, and Dunn Lumber. They are the Velocity Raptors.
And their alliance partner and our great veteran team here up in the SunDome, Team 753.
Sponsored by iFixit, Outback Manufacturing, and FIA Custom CNC. They are the High Desert Droids.
And to round off this alliance, let's welcome the team from across the mountains who also put on a district, Team 3218.
Sponsored by Bennerstrom House, Schneider Electric, and the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe. That's Panther Robotics.
All right, we got a green light. All right. All right, we got green lights, thumbs are up, teams. That means one thing, behind the white line. We're going to kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Just kidding.
All right. We're going to have to refire that one. All right. We're going to give this another shot. And no, we're not going to give it a shot. Okay, they're back up. All right. Cross your shovels. All right. Let's get ready to go. Yeah, my fault. I'm going to start over here. Maybe that'll make a difference. Okay, we got thumbs up. Let's go ahead and kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go.
The long-awaited match 3 without the false start penalties begins here, and the Blue Alliance with an early lead in the autonomous period, but now the Red Alliance firing up their robots and getting their hoppers running to try and pick up whatever fuel score that they can to try and close up the gap. Not quite enough, though. They will come out 15 points shy, and the Blue Alliance will go second in our teleoperated shifts. They'll have the opportunity early here to scoop up plenty more fuel for future use. That's kind of the balance here, is that if you win autonomous, you get the advantage of having more time to plan for later in the match. Red Alliance then has to scramble, although Future Martians were absolutely up to the task. 90-23 there, scooping up tons of fuel from both the neutral zone and a bit out of their own zone. Back under the low bar they go one last time, trying to pick up some last-second score before the shift changes, and now Blue has the opportunity to score. High Desert Droids, Panther Robotics, pelting that blue hub and racking up score real quickly. Also, fuel going absolutely everywhere back here towards the AV table. Yet still, the Blue Alliance scoring, I would say, at least over half. Let's say 60% or so of the fuel they launch towards their goal. And then back over to Red we'll go for another round of teleoperated scoring. Future Martians once again with a full hopper of fuel, say that 10 times fast, from the top left corner of your screen. Picks up probably 20 to 25 points worth in one go, and they are poised to do it again here, but they got to do it quick before their shift expires. That blinking hub tells us it's just about to end, and then the sound tells us it's Blue's turn. High Desert Droids and their alliance partners, Velocity Raptors, making quick work of it. Velocity Raptors with a little bit of a unique robot design that tosses fuel truly all over the place, and, well, maybe that's a little on the nose given how much fuel is landing outside the field. But they don't have a hopper to load up on that robot, which we saw at Bonnie Lake led to some pretty great results for them. Interestingly, we haven't seen that robot design replicated to too many other machines. 17 seconds left to play. Blue Alliance about to break into the 300-point threshold. They would need 360 points of just fuel to reach the supercharged bonus RP. Not looking mathematically likely. 3 seconds left for some last scores. What a match. We'll tally that one up. We'll be right back with your results for match number 3. Match 3 is in the books, and that is a Blue Alliance victory, 312 points to the Red Alliance's 262, and another case for ranking points by our winning Alliance. 3 from winning the match, 1 energized bonus RP. And we'll be right back with match number 4 here in Yakima.
All right, we got robots on the field. Go ahead and kick off our next match. Sitting over here in the Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 5920.
Sponsored by Washington First Robotics, WF Halpin Math and Science Foundation, and Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories. They are Vicotics.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome to the field, Team 4980.
Sponsored by Dave and Rogers Makerport, Intuitive Surgical Incorporated, and Boeing. They're the Canine Crusaders.
And to round off this Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 4060.
Sponsored by the Chehalis Foundation, Boeing, and OSPI Washington. They are Bearcat Robotics.
All right, coming around the long way. Oh, pizza. I can don't tell me. And Blue Alliance. Let's give it loud to Team 4125.
Sponsored by the Umatilla School District, 21st Century Community Learning Center, and AWS. That's confidential.
And their alliance partner for the Blue, let's welcome Team 5295.
Sponsored by the Shelton School District, OSPI, and First Washington. That's alternating current.
And to round off this Blue Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 5468.
Sponsored by PCC Schlosser, TransCanada, and Lamb Research. That's Chaos Theory.
Yeah, this will be a great concert, October 10th. Seattle, Rush. All right, looks like we got thumbs are up. So let's go. Teams behind the white line. We're going to kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Away we go for match number 4 here at SunDome, and the neutral zone fuel just getting totally disrupted here by the combination of both the fuel running through the blue hub and back into the neutral zone, as well as Vicotics machine scooping up from the neutral zone. Autonomous period ends with a whopping 69 points on the board there for blue, an absolute autonomous scoring clinic, and they will go second in teleop. Up first, of course, will be our Red Alliance. Here comes the Red Alliance machine out of Kettle Falls, Washington, of the Canine Crusaders back towards their side of the field. They'll join Palouse's Vicotics and do what they can to put a few points on the board here. Looks like those were some test shots to get their arc aligned, and now they will empty out the rest of the hopper. Back over to the corner they go as that shift comes to a close. Back to the Blue Alliance side of the field we go, and Chaos Theory from downtown just scooping them up. No need for the hopper there either. Interesting similarities between that machine and the Velocity Raptors design I talked about last match, as they just drive over the fuel and pelt the goal with it. They've already secured the energized bonus RP well over the 100 fuel threshold. They'll be continuing to work on Supercharge through the rest of the match. Red Alliance looking to catch up at least on the energized RP side. They are well over halfway there. 30 more fuel will secure that for them, and they've got plenty of time to do it here with about a minute left to play. Red Alliance shift comes to a close once more. We go back to the blue side, and this time Chaos Theory not quite able to put on the offensive clinic we saw last shift because they got held up there by Vicotics, the 5920 machine, deciding to make an absolute mountain of themselves of defense. Yet still, from the top right corner of your screen, Chaos Theory able to pick up tons of points there for blue. They are now sitting at about 170 fuel points alone, and their total match score about 190-something. Endgame steam whistle sounds as both alliances get the opportunity to score once more in their respective hubs. Chaos Theory still pelting the goal. Looks like the Canine Crusaders are going to do what they can to mirror that on the Red Alliance side. They've now secured the energized bonus RP thanks to that work from Canine Crusaders. And our match comes to a close. Plenty of fuel to clean up. We'll be right back with a score. takes home qualification match number 4. 263 points to the Red Alliance's 104. And that'll be yet another 4 RP match for our winners. But for the first time today, our alliance that didn't win the match still gets a bonus RP to help out their eventual averages, that energized ranking point scooped up there by Red. We'll be right back with our next qualification match.
All right, we got robots here on the red, ready to go. So let's go ahead and introduce here on the Red Alliance. Let's welcome to the field 4513.
Sponsored by Ag Enterprise, ASC Machine Tools, and Ball. That is the Circuit Breakers.
And their alliance partner, 1595.
Sponsored by Pearson Packaging Systems, Apple, and PMMI. They are the Dragons.
And round off this alliance for the red, let's welcome team 2811.
From Skyview High School in Vancouver, Washington, they are the Stormbots.
Blue Alliance, team 6845.
Sponsored by Oregon Department of Education, Lucy's Books, and Hauer Property Management, they are the Riverbots.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome to field 10416.
From Spokane Valley Tech Skills Center in Spokane Valley, Washington, they're the Radical Raccoons.
And to round off Blue Alliance, let's welcome team 6443.
They're from Liberty High School in Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
All right. Get a green light, teams. Oh, okay. We're ready to go. So teams behind the white line, cuz in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 5 gets underway here at SunDome, and the neutral zone immediately invaded by both alliances here, trying to scoop up some of that pre-staged 504 pieces of fuel that are ready to go before each match. The Circuit Breakers, they're out of Medical Lake, dump most of the pre-staged fuel that lived outside the field straight into that 4513 Red Alliance machine. They're able to score some of it there in the autonomous period, and yet still their alliance will come up 10 points shy, and therefore Red will go first for our teleoperated shifts. However, getting to go first is different from actually being able to act on that knowledge, and the Red Alliance gets held up a little bit in the neutral zone there by Aimbot, coming over to say hi. That's 64-43, blocking off some of that Stormbot's path. Stormbot's getting shoved all over the place. They were lined up dead onto the hub, but now they just can barely get a shot to go as aimbot, proving you don't really have to like forcefully shove. You just have to be really annoying to play effective defense. Meanwhile, their roller flies off, so it's looking like they might relegate themselves to a defensive role for more of the match, but we'll see how it goes. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, Radical Raccoons out of Spokane Valley. 1-2, skip a few, probably 10 or 20 pieces of fuel on this cycle. I'm going to go with 10 to 15. Overall scored there on Blue. Helps bring their score up to 83. Their match score is all made of fuel so far. They'll need 100 to secure that energized bonus ranking point. And back on the Red Alliance side of the field, still heavy obnoxion form of defense from aimbot, which is extremely effective over there. But it does leave the two Red Alliance machines of the Circuit Breakers and the Dragons free to just throw some free throws from the corner of the field there and scoop up yet more Red Alliance score. That brings them over the 100-point threshold. 103 points, now actually 103 points tied both alliances. Still anybody's game, despite, it looks like these huge bursts of offense, it's really just the cyclical nature of the game making it look that way. 33 seconds left to play, and our Red Alliance hub is about to turn back on. Both alliances able to score here for the tail end of the match. Dragons making use of this wide open territory. At this point, they're kind of playing a pick and roll, like, hey, Stormbots, you go get defended over here and we'll score. And the Radical Raccoons are left all alone over there to score for Blue, filling up a full hopper of 15 to 20 fuel at a time, and with remarkable precision, dropping it off in the Blue hub. Here comes another cycle. They missed like 2 out of 20. That is really not bad. 1 second left in the match. We'll let all of these encoders count up the last buzzer beater scores and get a match result to you here in just a second. Match results are in for qualification match number 5. It's a Blue Alliance victory. 171 points to the Red Alliance's 114, a 4-1 ranking point split. See you soon for match number 6.
All right, let's go ahead, kick off our next qualification match here in the Yakima SunDome District event up here in Yakima, Washington. And welcome team on the red, 85-32.
Representing Umatilla High School out of Umatilla, Oregon, that is Classified.
and their alliance partner. Let's give a big warm welcome to Team 2926.
From the Wapato Senior High School, it's
And to round off
Sparks.
this alliance, for the red, let's welcome Team 9023.
From Sammamish, Washington, they are the Future Martians.
On the blue alliance, let's welcome Team 11347.
From the Lind-Ritzville High School in Lind, Washington, they're the Bronco Brigade.
Alliance partner, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 3712.
From Union High School in Union, Oregon, Robocats.
And to round off this alliance, let's welcome Team 10423.
From the Columbia Basin Technical Skills Center in Moses Lake, Washington, that's CB Tech.
All right. We got a green light, team. Thumbs are up, so be behind the white line. We're going to kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Another one and another one. This one quals match number 6 getting underway here. And as always, it starts with fully pre-programmed autonomous action from these robots. The Red Alliance off to a pretty quick start here on the scoring front as the Future Martians pelt the goal. And we see Classified climbing up the tower over by the Alliance wall. They do appear to be airborne there. And the level 1 climb in autonomous worth 15 points. And you can send up to 2 robots up to that level. Those 15 points definitely help them towards their total of 73 there coming out of auto, and so they will get right of going second in Teleop. Blue Alliance with an open goal, but no robots deciding to play offense so far. Here comes CB Tech. Scoop up just a few points there for blue. They'll have to go refuel back in the neutral zone, and our shift will change back over towards red. Red Alliance side of the field, the hub is active, and both robots and the human player working to score into the red hub. 1 point apiece for each of these pieces of fuel scored in there. Here comes Future Martians with another full hub. Their alliance partners Classified out of Umatilla as well. Just seeing what those polycarb sheets that make up the hub opening can handle. Shift ends, and the Red Alliance score is up to a whopping 178. We still got over a minute left to play. Blue Alliance with 26 points on the board, looking to see what they can get going here. They got a machine parked right in front of the hub. That looks like that's going to be CB Tech. Yes. Alongside Robocats. They are playing, it looks like, a 3-on-2 match in this one, helping explain some of that score difference. Red Alliance back at it now with 212 points on the board, and I'm sure counting. Here goes yet another volley from Classified, joined by Future Martians. Let's get the RoboSparks in there for good measure, too. The trio all scooping up fuel score into the Red Alliance hub in unison. 36 seconds left to play in the match. Classified decides to go crowd surfing on top of some fuel over here. I, for one, am a mosh pit enjoyer and will endorse this action, even though it is not worth any score. They'll now move to actual scoring action right in front of the hub, emptying out their hopper, not picking up any score with it, but now we see them already focusing on the tower. They've got 13 seconds to get airborne if that is indeed their strategy, while both of their alliance partners continue to pick up score. Blue Alliance getting whatever last score they can here, mostly from human players launching fuel up and over the wall as the Red Alliance machine Classified picks up at least a level 1 climb. And we'll let the refs figure out the rest. complete. It's a Red Alliance victory with a final score, a whopping 338 points to Blue Alliance's 66. That'll be a 4 RP match for the Red Alliance, 3 from winning the match. 1 was the energized bonus ranking point, easily exceeding the 100 fuel threshold. And Darren, I already see you are ready for ultra early intros. Go for it, bud.
All right, thanks a lot. Let's go ahead. Introduce our Red Alliance, starting here on Team 4980.
From Kettle Falls, Washington, they're the Canine Crusaders.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome the field, 5920.
They're from Palouse, Washington, that's Robotics.
And let's welcome the field here to the Red Alliance, Team 4131.
They represent Liberty High School in Renton, Washington, the Iron Patriots.
Down here on the Blue Alliance, let's welcome Team 9613.
They're from Kennewick High School in Kennewick, Washington, that's Lions Bite.
Alliance partner, loud and proud, 4061.
Community team from Pullman, Washington, the Cyborgs.
And around off this alliance for the blue, let's welcome Team 9450.
From Woodinville High School in Woodinville, Washington, the Velocity Raptors.
All right. We got thumbs up, teams. So that means one thing, behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Away we go. This is match number 7. We are running 11 of these prior to our lunch break for those of you food motivated and counting the matches until then. But let's enjoy match number 7 in the meantime. Blue Alliance picking up tons of score on their side. Some of it here towards the end, actually a lot of it towards the end, human assisted. Kind of same goes over there for Red, actually very close to a tie. 23-21 with a slight Blue Alliance advantage will be your score coming out of Autonomous. And so, Red Alliance will go first here in the teleoperated period. Robotics trying to find exactly what parabola they need to launch this fuel into their goal. They gave it a quick whirl and then just kind of abandoned ship for a minute. They're going to try again. This time their alliance partners will come in and pick up some offensive opportunities. This is Canine Crusaders picking up, I think between the two of them, maybe that was 30 points or so. Don't quite remember the exact number they started with. Let's call it 30. Blue Alliance takes over now. Cyborgs from Pullman right in front of the hub while their human players pick up all sorts of fadeaway shots from across the Alliance wall. Cyborg's robot not opting to release the hopper of fuel that they have. There's one, but otherwise that shift largely quiet other than human players scoring. Let's see what the Red Alliance has in store for us here. They're going to opt for robot-based scoring. Robotics, maybe 5 or 10 scored. Next volley largely lands shy of the hub, and their Alliance partners, the Canine Crusaders, will do their attempt as well. Now, their third robot on this alliance is the Iron Patriots, who just made their way back into the Red Alliance zone. They're still scooping up fuel for future use. They'll meander their way back over towards, well, now into the neutral zone. They were aiming for that Blue Alliance trench and the low bar there. Not sure if they're looking to play defense, just scouring for fuel, or really just getting some drive practice in, but we'll give them a minute to find their footing. Little under 20 points, actually now about 10 points, separates your two alliances as our endgame whistle sounds. Still plenty of fuel making its way into the field from the human players. Blue Alliance deciding to use that as a proper strategy. Pushing fuel through the field wall. Velocity Raptors actually working on that right now for their human players to use. Otherwise, a fairly quiet end to our match. Some last buzzer beater scores coming in from Red, particularly human players launching stuff over their alliance wall. And we'll be right back with match number 8. Red Alliance wins that one with a final score of 112 points to the Blue Alliance's 94. 4 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams. Still way too early to go into leaderboard analysis, as things will be absolutely volatile this early on. Each team plays 12 matches in the qualification process, and so those averages won't settle out until after lunch. Until then, let's get ready for match number 8 in just a few moments.
All right, let's go ahead and kick it off. Introduce the Red Alliance. Let's welcome Team 6845.
From Astoria High School in Astoria, Oregon, they're the Riverbots.
And over here, their second in command. That's right, that'd be Team 2147.
From West Valley High School in Spokane, Washington, that's Chalk.
And to round off this Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 3876.
From the Mabton Junior Senior High School in Mabton, Washington, the Mabton Lugnuts.
And heading on down here to the Blue Alliance, let's welcome Team 5295.
From the Oakland Bay Junior High School and Shelton High Schools in Shelton, Washington, they're Alternating Current.
And their alliance partners, let's give a warm welcome to Team 753.
From Mountain View Senior High School in Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
And to round off this alliance for the Blue, let's welcome Team 1595.
From St. George's School in Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
All right. The thumbs are up, teams. The green light's green. So that means one thing behind the white line. Because in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's match number 8 time here at SunDome, and immediately into the neutral zone, the High Desert Droids go. They will scoop up an entire hopper into that 753 machine and then head back to the Blue Alliance specific zone, offloading that into the Blue Alliance hub with pretty high precision. I'd say about 80% of those managing to land, and that helps bring them up to a score of 19 during the autonomous period, and thus they will go second here in Teleop. Here, as the teleop period begins, we'll see the Red Alliance start to get some points on the board. All 3 robots now contributing to those efforts, as well as some of the humans from behind the Alliance wall. In particular, the Mapton Lugnuts hanging out there by the hub. They're looking to empty out the last fuel that's still stuck in that robot before their teleop shift expires. Hub will start blinking in just a second here, and that'll be the end of the Red Alliance shift. Over to shift number 2 on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Blue Alliance machines of the High Desert Droids and the Dragons lined up with the hub, but they've got to contend with Astoria's Riverbots hanging out in their way. The High Desert Droids getting knocked a little bit off their course by the Riverbots. They'll still be able to pick up a few points of fuel, and then they'll go back, reload, and this fuel just goes absolutely everywhere. Everywhere but the hub as that shift expires there for Blue. 74 points on the board there for Blue and 49 for Red. Red is very quickly picking up steam here offensively. Here's Team Chuck out of Spokane, top left corner of your screen, and they will load up about half of their hopper and try to find the right trajectory to land that fuel into the hub. They got to make sure, and they do, that they stop before the shift ends. They got to wait for the communal scoring period, if we will, that is the end game period. 42 seconds left. The answer to all match timers. Another volley of score coming at you. Looks like that was the High Desert Droids or possibly alternating current over in the bottom right corner. And now the end game whistle sounds as the Blue Alliance looks to cement their lead, and they're just a few fuel away from being able to pick up that energized bonus ranking point that most of our winning alliances so far have picked up, so they'll be looking to get that to stay competitive in the leaderboard. Still will need 8 pieces of fuel scored to do so, and they've got about 8 seconds left. High Desert Droids going for a mountaineering trek up the tower as they spin. Now that's cool. They grab onto the edge of the tower rung and then motor spin the robot up rather than a traditional climber. Our refs signaling they need a moment to talk about their lives and or this match. And we'll be back with the result in a moment. Qualification match number 8, that is a Blue Alliance victory in the end, 132 points to the Red Alliance's 83. Yet another 4-0 RP split. And our leaderboard continues to be pretty much anybody's game as long as you've won your matches. Top of the leaderboard, consistently 4 RP so far. We'll be right back with match 9. Oh, actually now, hi Darren.
All right, let's go ahead. Kick off, starting over here on the Red Alliance. Let's welcome team 3218.
From Bonnie Lake High School in Bonnie Lake, Washington, that's Panther Robotics.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome team 4125.
From Umatilla High School in Umatilla, Oregon, Confidential.
And to round off the red, let's welcome team 4060.
From the WF West High School in Chehalis, Washington, that's Bearcat Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance, team 4513.
They're from Medical Lake High School in Medical Lake, Washington, Circuit Breakers.
And welcome team for the Blue 5468.
From Summit High School in Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
And to round off blue, let's welcome team 14692.
From Toutle Lake School in Toutle, Washington, Metal Mallards.
Okay, teams, we got a green light, thumbs are up. So behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to qualification match number 9 here in SunDome. As we continue along, autonomous period just about complete here. Blue Alliance with a slight advantage so far. We'll see if that holds. Looks like that will indeed be the case, and they will go second in the teleoperated period. Drivers now take control of all of these machines, and we are off to the races for this qualification match. Neutral zone, definitely a party across all of these machines, as we see Panther Robotics and Chaos Theory, both well-established offensive machines so far this year, racing to pick up whatever fuel they can. They want to make sure they bring it over to their alliance zones to make it a little bit harder for the other alliance to get to. There's a level of like playing your own offense, but then there's also a level of playing some strategery to make sure the other alliance cannot play offense, whether that is active defense up in your face or just by way of hoarding away fuel. And we see both of these alliances applying both of these tactics. The Red Alliance sends Confidential, that 4125 machine, over on actually a little bit of a hybrid mission. They were up in the face of Chaos Theory, trying to prevent them from easily scoring, but in the process running over the fuel in that Blue Alliance zone so that they could bring it over to the Red Alliance zone as their shift begins, and now they'll work on scoring it, although much of it actually just gets rolled back out onto the floor, presumably for future use by Panther Robotics, who scoops up a full hopper worth, empties it into the hub. Here comes a second hopper worth. Bada bing, and it's good. About a minute left to play, and the Red Alliance catching up quickly here on the score, but the Blue Alliance still has the lead at 173 points. Chaos Theory just driving through the cornfields of fuel over in right field. They'll now have to deal with Panther Robotics looking to deny at least the easier of those scoring opportunities and slow the cycle a bit down. 3 seconds left in the Blue Alliance's exclusive shift before our endgame period begins, and now both alliances are free to score once more. Red Alliance machines actually still hanging out in blue turf for the most part. They're leaving the offense just to Panther in left field, while Umatila's machine and Chehalis' machine both work on slowing down blue cycles. 10 seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance at 295 points and counting, and Chaos Theory is looking to make it a few more here with a tower climb at the end of the match. If that level 1 climb stays good in the referee's eyes, that would be 10 points towards the match score there for Blue to round out match number 9. Results are in, and the Blue Alliance wins qualification match number 9, 315 points to the Red Alliance's 175. 4 ranking points for each of the Blue Alliance teams, but still 1 for each of the Red, having secured the energized bonus. Be right back with match 10, our second to last before our lunch break.
All right, let's kick it off for the Red Alliance. Let's give a big warm welcome, Team 5920.
From Palouse School in Palouse, Washington, that's Robotics.
And their alliance partner, 9613.
From Kennewick, Washington, that's Lions Bite.
Round off this alliance for the Red, 11347.
From Lind, Washington, the Bronco Brigade.
Down here on the Blue Alliance. That's right.
Team 6443s from Hillsboro, Oregon. That's Aimbot.
And their alliance partner, 3712.
From Union, Oregon, RoboCats.
It's 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, Stormbots.
All right, we got a green light, the thumbs up team, so behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to match number 10 here at SunDome, and some Blue Alliance machines fighting each other for fuel in the neutral zone to start things off in autonomous before they race back to the Blue Alliance zone, in theory to pick up as many points as they can, but then everything just kind of stops. That was anticlimactic. Red Alliance side of the field. Some human player basketball coming over the Alliance wall to help pick up whatever score they can. And your score, 14-5, favoring blue, as drivers now take control. Zippy little drive base over here of the Red Alliance machine of Lion's Bite, looking to scatter the fuel. 1, make it more difficult for the Blue Alliance machines to pick up, and 2, bring it over the bump into the Red Alliance zone for either their Alliance partners here, Robotics, to pick up and use, or to just push it through the Alliance wall for their human players to make use of. Lots of interesting strategic decisions to make in this game about what fuel do you keep for the robots versus what do you pass through the wall for your human players to make use of. We've seen some prolific human player scoring at some other events. We'll see how the balance of things shakes out here. Minute and a half left to play. Blue Alliance is up 39-11, and they just continue to pelt the goal here in shift number 2. Aimbot out of Hillsborough, Portland area there, scooping up point after point after point after point of fuel, and we'll shift our attention back over to red. Here's Robotics now with a relatively full hopper, but they got to actually send said fuel somewhere. There we go. They line up. Takes them a minute to figure out where they would like to send it. They line up for about an 80% accuracy cycle, and the shift over here on red will come to a close. Back to blue for their last exclusive cycle of the teleoperated period before our end game period. Relatively quiet. A few pieces of fuel here and there. Here comes Stormbots to try and make a little bit more thunder, if you will. 7 seconds left before our end game period. They've picked up maybe a dozen or 2 pieces of fuel. 90 points on the board in total for blue so far. 86 of that from fuel, and so they will need 14 more pieces of fuel scored in the Blue Alliance hub to secure the energized bonus ranking point. They've now secured that, and onwards they will continue. Red Alliance looking to put up just whatever points they can on the board here late in the match. 10 seconds left. Robotics picking up. Well, they've got maybe 10 pieces of fuel in their hopper. Can they do anything with it before the match expires? Stormbot's there with a barrage of about 20 to close out the match. Live score showing 127 for them. We'll see where their final score shakes out and get a result for match 10 to you here shortly. Match 10 is accounted for. It's a Blue Alliance victory, 134 points to the Red Alliance's 50. 4 ranking points for each of the Blue Alliance teams. Continuing that trend of winning alliances with 4 RP. We'll be right back with match 11 in just a few moments.
All right. We're heading in toward our lunchtime. Don't forget, if you are a high school senior, after this match, we're going to be holding a senior high school photo here down at the field. So with that, let's introduce the Red Alliance, Team 4061.
From Pullman, Washington, Cyborgs.
And their alliance partner, Team 5295.
From Shelton, Washington, Alternating Current.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, 68 45.
From Astoria, Oregon, the Riverbots.
Hanging out here on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 4980.
From Kettle Falls, Washington, the K9 Crusaders.
And their alliance partner, Team 2926.
And from Wapato, Washington, the Robo Sparks.
Rounding off this alliance, that'd be Team 876.
From Mabton, Washington, the Mabton Lugnuts.
All right. We got a green light. The thumbs are up, team. So behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Away we go for match number 11. Yet another one here at the SunDome District event. Cyborgs heading back into Red Alliance territory with most of a hopper worth of fuel. They're able to pick up quite a few points there, but then the Blue Alliance will finish off Autonomous strong here with both a bunch of robot scores there towards the middle of auto and human player scores at the end as the basketball volleys come in from across the field wall. 33 points up on the board for blue to the 20 of red, and away we go. For some comic relief at the beginning of the match here, what is that machine? That's the K9 Crusaders machine. They have like googly eyes on the front of the robot, but I guess one of them fell off. They replaced it with duct tape that says eye patch. And they, however, do have the one remaining googly eye set on all the fuel that is in the neutral zone. Just about half of their hopper that I would guess holds somewhere in the area of 25 fuel. They'll take that back into the Blue Alliance territory to join their alliance partners, the Robo Sparks, who are also picking up some score here for blue early in their shift. Their shift is about to come to a close here relatively shortly. So here comes a last volley from the Robo Sparks. 10 or 15 points scored. Human players also getting some last-minute basketball shots in. Robo Sparks finish it off with about 5 pieces of fuel, and then we'll shift our focus back over to the Red Alliance side of the field. Here's the Cyborgs with about 15 points worth of fuel pending. They just got to actually get it to connect with the hub. It kind of goes everywhere to start with. Maybe a third of it ends up in the hub. The rest, popcorn's all over the place. There's a variety of launching strategies with differing levels of success that we've seen so far. Some with more of the popcorn approach, some with the following turret approach, some that have to be way far out into the corners with a very long parabola to make things connect. There's no right answers, only a bunch of different attempts. Although one, I would argue, style point correct answer is alternating current going surfing on some fuel. However, they will need an assist from one of their alliance partners to get down from that fuel. It looks like they don't quite have the torque to get unwedged themselves. Cyborgs, more fuel incoming for red. Their alliance trails by a little over 60, 110 points there on the board for blue. Last second fuel from both alliances here. Robo Sparks and the Cyborgs finish things off for match number 11. We'll tally all of this up and get a final result to you just as soon as we can. number 11. The results are official. It's a Blue Alliance victory with a final score of 123 points to the Red Alliance's 61. Yet another 4RP match there for Blue. Darren, I think you had some notes and or philosophical musings for us before we break for lunch.
I can do that. If you're, remember, senior high school, come on down. We're going to get your picture taken for lunch. Senior picture taken. Senior high schools. Okay, hang on. Now we're in a quandary on what to do next. But if you're not a senior high school, go enjoy lunch. Remember, if you're in the next match coming back, I think it's match 12 or 13, pick one. Need you back here by 1:50, I believe. So again, 1:50, come back right after lunch. Are we going to have it? Are there any senior high schoolers waiting to get their picture taken? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think there's a lot. All right, senior high schoolers, guess what? You get your photo taken. Seniors. We do that just in case. So high school senior. Right here. Senior high. Okay, come in on the blue side, senior high schoolers. Senior high schoolers, blue side. Don't look so thrilled. No, if you're a senior high schooler? Okay. Enter on the blue side. No, the tall guy lays. He lays on. Fake it. All right. Like they don't normal. So camera's gonna be here. There's still a couple seconds left if you want to be in the senior photo. Turn around. Adrian's looking at you. You want to look at Adrian up front. All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. Woohoo! Ready for some serious robot action? All right, we're just going to start off match number 12. And if I remember, we're gonna finish on match 41 tonight. So we got a lot of matches to go through, so please keep your robots ready and going. Remember, the sooner we get through this, the sooner you can get done and relax tonight and all that fun stuff. So let's go ahead, kick off over here on the Red Alliance. A big warm welcome to Team 4060.
From Chehalis, Washington, that's Bearcat Robotics.
And their alliance partner, it's 1595.
From Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
And they're all here looking cool. That'd be Team 8532.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Classified.
And down here on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 9023.
They're from Sammamish, Washington. They're the Future Martians.
They're here. Let's kick them off with 5468.
From Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
And to round off this Blue Alliance, it's 750.
Also from Bend, Oregon, High Desert Droids.
Woo! Love the Martians and the thumbs are up, teams. So please, behind the white line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're rolling here. Qualification match number 12 at the SunDome District event. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. And these robots showing that they have absolutely no food coma on display. Both alliances picking up plenty of autonomous score, although a little bit of a variety of styles. The Red Alliance opting to include a tower climb, and the Blue Alliance just pelting away fuel at the Blue Alliance hub. Your score ends up 80 blue, 30 red at the end of the autonomous period, and so red will go first for our teleop shifts and have first access to their hub. Already a Red Alliance machine stuck on top of some fuel. They're going to have to get freed, and they are. That's Classified getting freed up by Bearcat Robotics. Now both machines able to start contributing again offensively to this Alliance score, although so far neither of them doing much to that effect. A lot of the offense there coming from Spokane's Dragons, and then the shift expires. Blue Alliance side, wake-up call over there as the trio of the 2 Bend, Oregon teams and the 1 Sammamish, Washington team pick up. I don't even want to guesstimate how many points of fuel this has been so far. Already 224 pieces of fuel scored with still a minute and just under a half left to play in the match. Wow. Over on the Red Alliance side of the field. The Red Alliance now has their hub active. We'll see if any of these machines decide to take advantage of it. Here's Spokane's Dragons, top left corner of the field, trying to fill their hopper to later use for score. The Blue Alliance realizing they have a moment here with such a huge score advantage of about 230 points. They're able to go play some defense rather than spending all their time sourcing material. And yet still in the process of driving back to their Alliance zone, they will scoop up tons of material. And now with 45 seconds left to play in the match, do I even have to say anything? I mean, come on. 396 points and counting, and the scoreboard is showing that as a clean penalty-free score so far. We're now in the 400s and counting, and on and on and on it goes. I feel like I should definitely know what the world record score is right now, but I don't. However, I have an odd feeling I may learn that number here in a few seconds. 10 seconds left to play in the match. Red Alliance Classified machine going up for that level 1 climb. Not sure they're going to quite be able to latch on for a level 2 and get off the ground. And the human players provide last-minute fuel. Live score over 500. I'm going to go Google some numbers real quick. We'll be right back. That is a Blue Alliance victory. It is not a world record score, however, it is a district record high score here in the Pacific Northwest. 530 points, clean, 0 penalties, to the Red Alliance's 80. Anyone still burning off the food coma, I hope that helped wake you back up. 5 RP match, our first 5 RP match of the day. That for the Blue Alliance, 3 from winning the match. 1 was the energized bonus RP, which was for 100 points of fuel, and then the supercharged RP for the first time today at 360 points of fuel. Needless to say, exceeded that threshold too. We'll be right back for match 13 here at SunDome.
All right, let's go ahead, kick off match 13. Starting here on the Red Alliance, let's welcome team 10-4-16. Hello.
From Spokane Valley, Washington, the Radical Raccoons.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome team 41-25.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Confidential.
And finally, the Red Alliance, it's 21-47.
From Spokane, that's Jock.
Two Alliance. That'd be team 32-18.
From Bonnie Lake, that's Panther Robotics.
And their alliance partner, 46-92.
From Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
And hanging out for the Blue Alliance, let's welcome team 41-31.
From Renton, Washington, the Iron Patriots.
Oh. All right, we got green lights. Woohoo! I got no thumb. But we got thumbs up, teams. So that means one thing. Or not. That software thing again. Just one more piece of code. Okay. Still got a green light. Thumbs are up. Teams, that means one thing, behind the white line. Because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Away we go for quals match number 13 after a very exciting number 12. We'll see what this one has in store for us. Yet more offensive prowess on display in this one as the well-proven machines of Panther and Metal Mallards face off against our Red Alliance, which includes Confidential, currently ranked number 14, and Radical Raccoons ranked 16. Lots of mid-leaderboard positions here in this one. And middle of the leaderboard right now is a very competitive place to be because that's where most of our 4RP teams are duking it out right now to decide who's going to slip below a 4 average and who might, in the case of the last match, start extending above it or at least maintain it. It'll be exciting to see how that one shakes out. 51 points on the board so far for Red, 38 for Blue, and the Red Alliance just keeps pelting their hub here with yet more fuel. This volley a little lower accuracy than the ones prior because Chuck has to deal with that defense of the Metal Mallards, 4692, in front of them there. Shifts change. Blue Alliance now able to score in their hub. Here's Panther Robotics. They do their signature 1 or 2 pieces of fuel to get things lined up and make sure it'll connect, and then unload the entire hopper in one hit. 96 points on the board and counting. 3 seconds left in their shift. There's the sound, and we'll shift back over to Red. Now Panther comes over here to the Red Alliance territory to try and starve this Red Alliance of some fuel, not wanting to allow the Red Alliance to just free cast on the hub here. However, Red Alliance has their own issue to contend with, and that is the accuracy of their volleys. It's one thing to launch tons of fuel at the hub. It's another to actually connect it. And that cycle having an accuracy, I would guess, about 60%. The scouts out there are probably going to have better numbers than I do. I'm just having to eyeball it all. Blue Alliance, bottom right corner of the screen there. There's Panther Robotics once again picking up a volley of about 10 or 15 points. They are currently the only offense-focused Blue Alliance bot, although Iron Patriots showing some signs of getting involved, even if that's by way of pushing fuel through the Alliance wall for the human players to make use of. Back to the red side, Radical Raccoons. Confidential, or excuse me, not Confidential, that's Chuck picking up yet another burst of score, 158 points on the board. Despite that, the Blue Alliance still has a bit of a lead, but with both alliances able to score right now, we'll see if that changes here. Collision in midfield. There's Confidential and Metal Mallards trying to prevent each other from getting back into their own alliance zones for any late game scoring bursts. Live score showed a separation of just 3 points, but remember, those scores are unofficial. We'll tally everything up and get a final result for match 13 to you here in just a few moments. Match 13 is accounted for. It's a Blue Alliance victory by 1 point. 203 to 202, no penalties, perfectly clean match. If this is the game that makes the sentence "fuel doesn't matter" go away, well, here we are. Blue Alliance 4 RP, 3 from winning the match, 1 for the Energized bonus ranking point. That Energized bonus also secured by the Red Alliance. Still a little too early in our quals to talk too deeply about how the leaderboard shakes and shuffles. Just too much clustering right around that 4 or so RP mark. We'll be right back for match 14 here at SunDome.
All right. Looks like we've got some robots here on the Red Alliance. Let's go ahead and kick it off. Starting here in the Red Alliance, first position. Let's welcome team 10-4-23.
From Moses Lake, Washington, that's CB Tech.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome to the field 9450.
They're from Woodinville, Washington, the Velocity Raptors.
And the red, it's 29-26.
From Wapato, Washington, the Robo Sparks.
These everywhere. Here to Alliance. It's team 513.
They're out of Medical Lake, Washington. They're the Circuit Breakers.
Partner 40.
Team 4980s from Kettle Falls, Washington, the K9 Crusaders.
Loud and proud, that's right, team 4061.
From Pullman, Washington, the Cyborgs.
All right, we got a green light. Teams and our FTA. Juan, we're ready? Go. Okay, teams, that means one thing, behind the white line. Quit touching your computer. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 14 gets underway here at SunDome, and immediately the robots race to the neutral zone and start pushing against each other, fighting for that not exactly limited fuel in midfield. There's 504 pieces of it. There's plenty to go around, no need to fight. Both alliances then trying to launch that fuel into their respective hubs. 37 points on the board for blue to the 19 for red. Neither side picking up any tower points in that autonomous period, although we did see the Velocity Raptors gesture like they might want to. And we saw that at Bonnie Lake, so they are capable of it. We'll see how their strategy evolves over the course of the weekend. Red Alliance has the first shift here in Teliop. They're making pretty decent use of it here. That's CB Tech helping put some points on the board there for red. Right up in front of the hub, and then right next to them is Robo Sparks. That 29-26 machine. Aiming for consistency with their cycles. Their hopper only holds like maybe 10 or 15 pieces of fuel. But if they can accurately land them all in the hub each cycle, then that is a plenty serviceable robot design. Blue Alliance side of the field now. Fuel from both short and long range. The Cyborgs out of Pullman, aiming for more of the long range stuff from up here in the top right corner and a little bit closer in. I think that was the Circuit Breakers. We're gonna go with it. Your sight lines have problems for certain parts of the field. My sight lines have problems for certain parts of the field. It's all good. Red Alliance now sitting at 142 points. They lead by 22 with about a minute left to play. Shift number 3 ending here in Teliop. The Red Alliance hub turns off, and now it's Blue Alliance's turn once more. Indeed, it is the Circuit Breakers back there in the bottom right corner of the field, getting the mid-range field goal, as we would call it in basketball. Their alliance partners are also getting in on some of this action. They are the K9 Crusaders out of Kettle Falls there next to their alliance trench. 30 seconds, end game. Both alliances hubs active. Velocity Raptors kicking it into high gear here as they drive over tons of fuel in Red Alliance territory and just launch it in the general ballpark direction of the hub. And yet, a lot of it's connecting. A few of them bouncing out, but I would guess that was probably 70+% accuracy on that one. 4 seconds left in the match. Velocity Raptors back towards the wall, cleaning out the last bits here like a snowblower, and the match expires. Match 14 is done for. The Red Alliance wins that one 297 points to the Blue Alliance's 211. 4 ranking points for each of our Red Alliance teams, 1 for each of the Blue, the bonus rank point on each side. As usual, the energized bonus RP. It's going to move Robo Sparks up from 4th into 3rd, and each of their alliance partners will make a jump of 4 places on the leaderboard, respectively. Great place to be.
All right, the last of the robots have left the field. So let's go ahead. Welcome the Red Alliance. That'd be team 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, they're the Stormbots.
And their alliance partner for the Red, it's 9613.
From Kennewick, Washington, Lions Bite.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, let's welcome team 5295.
From Shelton, Washington, Alternating Current.
Down here on the Blue Alliance, they're ready to rock and roll. That's team 5468.
They're from Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
And their alliance partner, 85.
Team 8532 is from Umatilla, Oregon. That's Classified.
And to round out this alliance, it's 6845.
From Astoria, Oregon, Riverbots.
Wherever they are. All right, we're slightly ahead of schedule, so we're hoping to get a third robot out here on the field. So if you're wondering why we were dancing around back here, we're hopefully trying to get a third robot up here to get this ball match going. Looks like we got the thumbs up. Hopefully they'll be back out in the next match for them. So teams, that means one thing, behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to match number 15. As you heard, it'll be a 3-on-2 match, as we'll be missing the robot of the Riverbots. That still said, the Blue Alliance picking up 39 points and counting. We'll have one tower climb so far, almost the second time. Chaos Theory just a couple inches shy of being able to grab the edge of the tower rung and lift up. However, their Alliance partners, Airborne there, classified for 15 points of tower climb score and autonomous, and now drivers will take control of these machines. Red Alliance has first dibs here in Teleop. Stormbots offloading maybe 8 to 10 points worth of fuel, and here comes another volley from the top left corner of the field. One after another they go, many of them bouncing off the rim of the hub, however, and not actually landing in and counting for score. One of their Alliance partners here, the zippy little drive base of Lion's Bite 9613. We'll see them move into the neutral zone. They were at one point pushing and corralling fuel over towards the bottom left corner of the field for their Red Alliance humans to work with. However, now they've lost connections in midfield, and Red Alliance will be down a machine as well. Looks like we're actually at a 2-on-2 match, not a 3-on-2 right now, as two red robots have lost, sorry, a 1-on-2 match, as two red robots have lost connections. It's Stormbots versus everybody. And Stormbots just launch fuel all over the place, many of it landing outside the field there. Blue Alliance corralling up whatever fuel they can find out of the neutral zone, and I guess there's plentiful amounts of it with all the overshots happening right now. They'll, oh, Chaos Theory is actually passing it to them future selves. This is the robot sports equivalent of like leaving tomorrow's breakfast out or coffee out the night before, as Chaos Theory preps all the fuel over by the Alliance wall, and then they can just drive back over into their Alliance zone here on their shift and clean house, shuttling that fuel directly from the floor straight into the hub. 276 points and counting for this Blue Alliance, and the score continues yet some more. Red Alliance now also putting up quite a number of fuel. Again, though, a lot of it overshooting the top of the hub. What lands, though, lands decisively. 126 points for Red so far. 4 seconds left in the match for any last-minute score, and we'll have what appears to be a double climb on the tower. Dual level ones over on blue, but we'll let our referees validate that and get a final score to you here in just a moment. The Blue Alliance wins qualification match number 15 with a score of 343 points to the Red Alliance's 134. 4 ranking points for each of those Blue Alliance teams, 3 from winning the match, and the energized bonus rank point that at this point, most of our alliances are picking up every match. Match 16 coming soon to a field near you, hopefully this one.
First time ever on the field. Oh. All right. This is a great match. So let's go ahead, kick off for the Red Alliance. Let's welcome the field, Team 3218.
From Bonnie Lake, Washington, that's Panther Robotics.
Where's your robot? Okay, and their alliance partner at 3876.
From Mabton, Washington, the Mabton Lugnuts.
Let's give a first-time warm welcome to Team 11347.
From Lind, Washington, the Bronco Brigade.
All right, down here on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1595.
From Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
And their alliance partner, Team 9023.
From Sammamish, Washington, Future Martians.
And to round off this alliance for the Blue, 5920.
From Palouse, Washington, Robotics.
All right. We got a green light, teams. Thumbs are up. That means one thing. Behind the white line. That's all good. Okay. Okay. We're ready to go. The thumbs are up. Teams behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 16 is underway here at SunDome. And human players start us off with their basketball tryouts. Isn't basketball season like basically already done at the high school level? Anyway, who's counting? Not here in Robots, it's not, as more and more fuel makes its way into the central hub. Robots also providing some assistance here, a bit of a cyborg autonomous period this season. The auto challenge changes year over year. Some years the humans can't even see through the alliance wall. Some years they can actually help score. And this year, and in this match, the Blue Alliance takes home the autonomous period, and that means Red will have first dibs on Teleop. The problem with that is that one of their offensive powerhouses here, Panther Robotics, currently ranked number 7 in this competition, is stuck on some pieces of fuel in the neutral zone, and the alliance partner who came in to try and help them has now lost part of their bumpers. Also not ideal. So they spent most of that shift herding fuel around and herding robots around in the monster truck rally there. And that left the Blue Alliance just tons of open space to collect eons of fuel that they will now pepper the goal with. 103 points and counting already of fuel, so they've secured the energized bonus ranking point already with well over a minute left to play. And now here goes Future Martians and the Dragons, the Sammamish Spokane duo, scooping up literal dozens of points in one swing there right at the end of their shift. Red Alliance now has scoring permission, and that's going to be Panther Robotics taking advantage of that now from the top left corner of your screen. Just a handful of fuel at a time, making sure they optimize for emptying out the hopper every run, rather than getting stuck with fuel that they've got to hang on to while the Blue Alliance plays their shift. There's Robotics for Blue, 59-20, emptying their hopper out, and as soon as that's done, their alliance partners, the Future Martians, will do much the same from the bottom right. Another full hopper here for Martians, driving in, about to make surface landing for all of this fuel. Picks up about 15 points, and then the end game steam whistle sounds. Both hubs active. Robotics driving across the neutral zone, crashing into the Red Alliance machine here, who's doing some burnouts. That's Bronco Brigade. Trying to get that robot to go back into the Alliance zone, or maybe they just want to do their best Alyssa Liu impression with the spins in midfield. Regardless, Blue Alliance machine of Future Martians races across the bottom of the field through both trenches and offloads just a few last pieces of fuel towards the Blue Alliance hub as the match expires. Looks like they'll be a bit shy of the supercharged bonus RP, but our refs will tally everything else up for you and get a score in a minute. Results are in for match number 16. That is a Blue Alliance victory. 351 points to the Red Alliance's 47. 4 RP for Blue, 0 RP for Red. Future Martians hold on to their number 6 ranked position they came into this match with, and both of their alliance partners there, the Dragons and Robotics, moving up about 5 spots each on the leaderboard. We are about a quarter-ish of the way through our quals rounds, and our next one starts in just a few moments.
All right. Let's go ahead. Introduce our next alliance. Is for the red and blue. Let's kick it off. Starting here on the red. Let's welcome Team 4060. Woo!
From Chehalis, Washington, that's Bearcat Robotics.
And their alliance partner, 10423.
They're out of Moses Lake, that's CB Tech.
And to round off this alliance, it's 4513.
Out of Medical Lake, Circuit Breakers.
From alliance, it's 2147.
They're from Spokane, that's Chalk.
And the alliance partner, 462.
4692 is from Toutle, Washington. They're the Metal Mallards.
And to round off this alliance, it's 41-1.
Team 4131 is from Renton, Washington, the Iron Patriots.
I don't know. Hey, green. We got green. Looking for thumbs up. All right, teams, thumbs are up. So that means behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 17's a rolling here, and already running through the fuel in midfield is going to be the 4513 Circuit Breakers machine. They head back into Red Alliance territory, offload that fuel into the central hub, and then collect from the human players. Human players are able to pull a lever on the side of the Alliance wall to drop fuel into these machines, although we don't see tons of it. Most robots using a fuel, or a floor intake, rather. Red Alliance picks up 18 points there in the autonomous period to the Blue Alliance's 3, and off we go now in teleop. Blue Alliance has the first shift. Team Chuck, 2147. Back at the Blue Alliance wall, right near their tower. Their robot shoots fuel way on up into the air, and then they got to dial in exactly where that parabola lands. Up very tall, and then they need a pretty short parabola to fall directly into the hub. Their alliance partners, Iron Patriots, get stuck on the bump going over midfield, and then, wow, that was a punch in the back from Metal Mallards, but it frees up the Iron Patriots machine, and now both of those Blue Alliance robots are moving freely once again. Red Alliance has their time to shine over here offensively. Popcorn as fuel kind of scattershot makes its way up towards the hub. Iron Patriots over to play defense. Oh, wait, there's Metal Mallards here to play defense as well. 5 robots in one zone. Shift ends, and the Red Alliance leads by 30-something. There's Chuck with a full hopper over in blue. 2147 just undefended here, but not launching the fuel to take advantage of that. The defenders now making their way over. They're kind of saved by the fact that the defender got stuck on a piece of fuel. Circuit breakers. That's about the only reason Chuck didn't get pushed around there. Circuit breakers now remaining on that fuel as they get left abandoned in Blue Alliance territory. The Blue Alliance robots will head over towards red to play some maybe defense, or maybe it's just sourcing. I think it's just sourcing material, really. They occasionally will jump into Red Alliance territory, but then immediately scamper back. 30 seconds left to play here in this qualification match. Chuck now launching fuel after fuel after fuel airborne, starting to dial things in here. Their alliance trails by just 3 points now 1 point, now in the lead by 2, lead by 5, and 13 seconds left to play. There's the offensive rhythm the Blue Alliance was looking for. Now for them, it's the race to 100 points of just fuel. The scoreboard shows 100, but they're going to need a few more pieces of fuel to get that energized bonus RP. too close to call. We'll be right back. That's it. That's all for match number 17. The Blue Alliance wins 123-76, and indeed, with those buzzer beater human player basketball shots, the Blue Alliance did manage to secure that 4th ranking point, the energized bonus. We'll be right back with match number 18 here at SunDome.
All right. We got robots on the field, so let's go ahead, kick off. Starting over here in the Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to 10-4-16.
From Spokane Valley, Washington, that's the Radical Raccoons.
And their alliance partner, showing the cool colors. That's right, that'd be team 37-12.
From Union, Oregon, RoboCats.
And here they are, ready to show us what it's like to be a true veteran. That's right, team 753.
From Bend, Oregon, High Desert Droids.
Down here on the Blue Alliance. That's right, let's give a warm welcome to team 6443.
And from Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
And their alliance partner, 9450.
Out of Woodinville, Washington, the Velocity Raptors.
And to round off this alliance, it's team 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Confidential.
All right. Looking for the thumbs up. We got a green tree. Green tree, thumbs are up. Teams behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 18 begins, and the shuffle in midfield as per the usual lately, as fuel goes scattered everywhere. However, we see the lever on the side of the Alliance wall getting used more and more often, particularly over here on the right side of the field. And that's not just because it's easier for me to see. It tends to be the Red Alliance side making use of it, as we see the Radical Raccoons dump the fuel into the top of that 10-4-16 machine. The Red Alliance trails by just 1 point coming out of Autonomous there. And so the Blue Alliance hub will blinky, blinky, blink and turn off. And now it is the Red Alliance's turn to play offense, or really to do whatever they'd like. Free will. Radical Raccoons and High Desert Droids do in fact choose to pelt the Red Alliance hub with just an unending barrage of fuel there early in their shift, bringing the Alliance score already up to 85. That's 15 points shy of that energized threshold. And their shift ends at 91, so 9 points shy. Now it's the Blue Alliance's turn, and of course, the Velocity Raptors machine over there, no slouch either. Velocity Raptors, ranked number 8. They're paired with Aimbot, ranked number 7. High Desert Droids, of course, on red, currently our number 1 ranked team, undefeated in 3 matches of play thus far. 134 points on the board for blue, and the shift will change right back over to red. High Desert Droids. Absolutely fascinating robot mechanism on that one, as their robot kind of like twitches and dances in place as they launch each fuel with absolute precision towards that hub, and with just tons of power, too, to make sure they all fall through. And, of course, as soon as I say that, they have a batch of fuel that just rolls out of the robot and doesn't even launch. I jinxed it. I'm so sorry. 149 points on the board for red, 130-something for blue, but they're now quickly picking up traction as the Velocity Raptors work from that bottom right corner of the field. Both of their Alliance partners are stuck in the neutral zone, one of them by way of having no comms. That's Aimbot, 6443. That's a solid robot safety light indicating no radio communication with the robot. And then 4125 just kind of got stuck in traffic in the neutral zone. I thought traffic was more a thing on like the other side of the mountains than this side, but hey, whatever works. 18 seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance leading now 210 to 170. We'll see if the Red Alliance has an answer to that, although High Desert Droids backing off of their typical hub launching strategy, wondering if the slow trickle of fuel we saw a cycle ago was indicative of something. Match ends with a few buzzer beater fuel left in the air that will get tallied up, along with anything else the refs want to talk about. We'll be right back. Match 18 accounted for. It's a Blue Alliance victory, 226 to 182. It'll be a 4-to-1 ranking point split. Y'all already know how these ranking points break down. We've talked about this 100,000 times at least. High Desert Droids falling a far way with their first loss of the day, down to 6th ranked position. Right behind them in 7th, 8th, and 9th respectively are our 3 members of the Blue Alliance, with Confidential jumping up quite a number of spots, jumping up, what is that, 8 spots in our leaderboard. Excellent work there with that 4 RP. We're running a little ahead here on the field, so in first tradition, that means it's dance break time, y'all.
Oh, you know, come on out. Young man, come on. New dancer. Woo! All right, we're on the field. I would jump it, but I've been red carded already. I have a couple red cards in my pocket from that. All right, nothing like a little exercise before we kick this off for our next alliance. Starting over here on the red side, let's welcome Team 3218.
From Bonnie Lake, that's Panther Robotics.
And their alliance partner, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 2811. Loud and proud, I know where you're at. That's Team 4061.
From Pullman, Washington, Cyborgs.
Down here on the Blue Alliance, Team 95.
From Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
And their alliance partner is 5468.
From Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
And to round off the Blue Alliance, it's 8532.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Classified.
All right. Thumbs are up. We got a green tree. Teams, that means one thing. Behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 19's rolling here, and as always, the fuel pit in midfield rated instantly. Blue Alliance making very quick work of their collections from that trek to midfield. 40 points on the board so far of just fuel. There's one blue robot, probably airborne, question mark. It'll be worth 15 points if the scorers agree, and it does look from the scoreboard that they do. And so onwards we'll go with a Blue Alliance lead coming out of auto, and that means red has first shift here in Teleop. Instantly, several fuel rocketing their way towards the center hub there from the Stormbots. And they'll be joined now by Panther Robotics as a flurry of yellow fuel makes its way towards the Red Alliance hub. Up to 93 points and counting, 7 more, and they'll secure that energized bonus ranking point. 99, 101 Dalmatians and or fuel, your choice. Minute and 40 left to play. Blue Alliance now, there's there's the Dragons, sorry, not Chuck. Dragons and Chaos Theory lining up with the Blue Alliance hub while their alliance partners, Classified, kind of find their bearings. Classified has some fuel they could score here, and it looks like maybe they did earlier because they just ingested more. But they'll instead for now focus on chasing the Stormbots across the field, chases them back to their own turf, and now Blue will collect the rebounds off the Red hub. Red Alliance pelting their goal, trying to close up the 18-point deficit they currently have. There's Panther Robotics nearly single-handedly doing just that. Actually, indeed, single-handedly doing just that. Now 151 points on the board for red. Blinky, blinky, blink, and back to the blue we go. Blue Alliance now with 50 seconds left in the match, and they have 25 of those seconds with exclusive scoring permission. They have to now contend with Panther Robotics 3218 from red coming over to try and slow down particularly the Chaos Theory and Dragon cycles that have been causing them some pain. Chaos Theory, man, you just give them open air and they will smother the hub with fuel. That was about 40 or so in one hit, and just watching here, very few of them missing at all. 228 points on the board for blue. Red now with a bigger deficit to try and clean up, but they are going to try it. Cyborgs, and it looks like the Stormbots also going to give it a go here with 10 seconds left deep in red territory. 185 points on the board. Up and up it goes, but now they trail by 100 as blue gets another chance to offload quite a bit of fuel. One blue robot, probably airborne at the end of the match for Tower Climb. We'll tally everything else up for you here in just a minute. results are in for that qualification match. It is a Blue Alliance victory, 293 points. The Red Alliance is 213. 4 ranking points for each of the Blue Alliance teams, just 1 for each of the Red. Yet again, we shall reset and get ready to go for match number 20.
Yeah, it's still coming up. All right. We got robots on the field. So let's go ahead, kick this off. Starting here in the Red Alliance, and welcome back, Team 3876.
And from Mabton, Washington, the Mabton Lugnuts.
And their alliance partner, it's 10423.
From Moses Lake, Washington, CB Tech.
And to round off this red, it's 9023.
From Sammamish, Washington, Future Martians.
And down here on the Blue Alliance, it's
Team 2147's from Spokane, Washington. That is Chalk.
and their alliance partner, 4060.
From Chehalis, Washington, Bearcat Robotics.
And to round off the Blue Alliance, it's 4980.
From Kettle Falls, Washington, K9 Crusaders.
Make me work out. All right, green lights. Thumbs are up, green lights. Teams, that means one thing, behind the white line. Because in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Match number 20 is a moving, and the Blue Alliance starts things off with a quick volley towards the blue hub, but most of them falling a bit shy. Red Alliance having, there we go, a little bit more luck from Future Martians in particular. A full hopper, fully unloaded for a total of, that was about 30-something, 35 points just of their own, let alone the contributions by the rest of their alliance, bringing the Red Alliance up to 49 points to the Blue Alliance's 10, as drivers now take control in the teleop period. Very quick moment of both alliances having access to score, and then our shift process begins. The Blue Alliance taking first shift over here. There's Team Chuck 2147 back by their tower. Can they get this 3/4 full hopper empty and into the Alliance hub? That is the great mystery of life. So far, slow going, but starting to pick up the pace, but the shift ends right as they get things moving there. And now Red Alliance has their chance to score. Future Martians picking up 15, 20, and 25. I don't really know. I should probably go ask that team how many fuel that robot holds, because that would really help to know here, because it is a lot. But I could also just do some quick math here and know that it's 25 or so that they just picked up on their own that cycle, let alone the help from their alliance partner, their CB Tech, with a few pieces of fuel. Especially they're helping shove some of the fuel through the alliance wall. Now back to the Blue Alliance side. All 3 blue robots are in the Blue Alliance zone. Team Chuck has dialed it in mostly. They still do the thing where they launch fuel way up in the air, so they have to make sure it's going to land in exactly the right spot. Decreases their capable launch speed early on while they dial things in, but then they're able to get the fuel to land. Future Martians now, alongside CB Tech. That's the 9023 and 10423 machines over here on red, making up the offensive front of the Red Alliance scoring capabilities. For the time being, things slow down for a bit, but that's mostly just so that these 2 robots can refuel and recharge. Infinitely recharge? Anyway. 20 seconds left here in this qualification match. 283 points and counting over here on the Red Alliance side. They'll need 360 to get the supercharged bonus RP. Plausible, but we'll see what happens. Blue Alliance dialing it in now. There is the machine of K9 Crusaders from Kettle Falls, picking up a bunch of score there for the Blue Alliance towards the end of the match. Live score showing that they landed at around 155. We'll get a final tally here in just a moment. Red Alliance secures qualification match number 20 with a score of 309 points. The Blue Alliance is 161. 4 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams. You already know the drill. 3 from winning the match. 1 was the Energized bonus ranking point. The Energized bonus ranking point also scooped up by each of those Blue Alliance teams. Leaderboard shuffles gently but not bizarrely because this 4-to-1 split is just so consistent match to match that we're actually ending up with a pretty closely clustered middle of the pack here. Match number 21 coming soon, probably.
All right, robots are off the field, and we've got our new set of robots ready to rock and roll. Let's welcome to the field on the red, Team 753.
They're from Mountain View Senior High School in Bend, Oregon. That's the High Desert Droids.
And their alliance partner at 6443.
From Liberty High School in Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
And to round off this red alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 4692.
And from Toutle Lake School in Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
Round. Made it. Right. All of them here, technically. We'll get there. 6845.
From Astoria High School in Astoria, Oregon, they're
Holding
the
out
Riverbots.
Good job. And their alliance partner, 5920.
From the Palouse School in Palouse, Washington, Robotics.
And they'll roll this out, Blue Alliance. It's 9450.
From Woodinville High School in Woodinville, Washington, the Velocity Raptors.
Huh? Yep. Yeah. All right. So we got a lot going on. So with that, since there's a lot going on, they always tell me, let's do a dance song. So I'm like, okay, let's do a dance song. And it's really easy. Come on now. Come on, students. You guys all know this. This is really easy. Plus, the words tell you how to do it. Come on. Going right. Okay, look at the words. Face the words. Other right. Turn. Turn. Right. Turn. Right. Turn. Going right. Now, turn. Going right. Right. Turn. To the. Going right. Turn. Going right. Now, turn. Turn. Right. Oh, thank you, dancers. Woo! Good job. All right. Gates are closed. Looking for the thumbs up. I'll face the audience. Thumbs are up, teams. That means behind the white line, because in 3, 2, go.
Match number 21 begins here at SunDome after a brief intermission. The High Desert Droids back up into Red Alliance territory. They don't quite get spun around to secure hub score, but they will stage up a bunch of fuel for later in the match. Velocity Raptors over on blue able to connect with their hub, and they will help bring the Blue Alliance score up to 36 points to the Red Alliance's 7. That ding, ding, ding means drivers are now free to drive their robots. And away things will go with Red Alliance taking the first teleop shift. However, it is not going to be without some slight drama in midfield. These Red Alliance machines fighting the blue ones for fuel. In particular, they're fighting the strategy of the Velocity Raptors here, who like to drive freely over the fuel next to the Red Alliance hub and pass it to their future selves over in Blue Alliance territory. Now that said, Velocity Raptors stuck up against the field wall for a moment there. They did not dig through the field wall. Don't worry, anybody having week 1 flashbacks or whatever. Minute and a half left to play. Alliance is 7 points separated. Red Alliance with a very slight lead. Blue Alliance currently has scoring ability. Robotics lines up with the hub. That's 59-20 out of Palouse. They're able to pick up about a dozen points or so. And the tides will change over to the desert. Well, you know what? As I was going to talk about the high desert droids, I noticed in midfield we have collisions causing robots almost flipping over. So let's actually talk about that one as aimbots and riverbots getting a little bit of a tango here in central field. So far, they've stayed apart for the past few seconds after almost knocking each other over about once each. High drama match. High Desert Droids were, however, during that whole scuffle, able to pick up quite a few points towards the Red Alliance score. Them and their alliance partners there, the Metal Mallards, bringing their score up to 128. Now the Blue Alliance with 87 points on the board. Robotics trying to close that gap once again as they did earlier. 2 seconds left in their shift, and now it's everybody's shift. That's our shift, comrade, as our final 30 seconds of the match get underway here in Endgame. Blue Alliance 2 fuel shy of the energized bonus RP. Robotics on the case as they scoop up plenty of fuel by the Alliance wall. It's just a matter of getting it out of the robot and into the hub at this point. There's 1, there's 2. All right, that's an RP, y'all. 3 seconds left in the match. Barrage of scoring from both sides, particularly Red filling up the goal right at the end of the match. I'll have scores for you in just a moment. Matches in the books. That one settled in favor of the Red Alliance. 169 points to the Blue Alliance's 124. Yet another 4-1 RP split. These are getting so common now that the leaderboard doesn't even change some matches in general. Red Alliance all stay in exactly the place they were on the leaderboard coming into the match. And Blue Alliance, only very small changes of just a couple of positions each. We'll be right back with match 22.
All right, we got robots on the field. Let's go ahead, kick off, and introduce our Red Alliance. Let's welcome the team 5295.
They're from Shelton, Washington, alternating current.
And their alliance partner, it's 2926.
From the Wapato Senior High School, that's Robo-Sparks.
And around off this alliance for the Red, it's 11347.
They're from the Lind Ritzville High School, the Bronco Brigade.
Coming down here to the Blue Alliance as they do the field repair. Let's give a warm welcome to Team 913.
They're from Kennewick High School, Lions Bite.
And their alliance partner, it's 45-13.
And from Medical Lake High School, the Circuit Breakers.
And to round off this alliance, that's right, Team 41-25.
From Umatilla High School, Confidential.
All right. I think we're good. Just waiting for the thumbs up. Oh. Got a human player on the field. Referee, it's okay. We got a whole bunch of them. They're all over the place. Referees, they're everywhere. All right. Looking for the thumbs up. We got a green tree. The thumbs are up. Okay, teams, that means behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 22 begins here at the Yakima SunDome District event. We are in the PNW District for those of you tuning in online. Perhaps because you heard about the crazy scores we were posting earlier, I assure you many of these matches are just as exciting to watch. Blue Alliance side of the field, we got 34 points on the board and counting. Well, okay, and counting meaning +1. 35-12, your live score now. With drivers taking the controls. This does mean after a few seconds of shared shift, we will move into a Red Alliance shift number 1 over here. They have to scramble to find some fuel. They do have some that they have access to, but not much of it connecting into the hub. Over jumps the Robo Sparks over top of their Alliance partners' alternating current, and a bumper has ceased to be attached to that 5295 machine, and thus they have been disabled by the field crew. So this will be a 3-on-2 power play favoring blue for the remainder of match 22. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, Confidential lined up with the Blue Alliance hub. Marvelous accuracy as they send tons of fuel flying towards their hub. I didn't get an exact count, but it looked easily over 20. 95 points on the board so far, 98, 99. Can we get 100? No, we can't before the shift expires. So one more fuel will secure the energized bonus RP there for blue. Next shift's problem. Red Alliance side of the field right now. Robo Sparks doing what they can to close up some of this gap. They trail by 35. Here comes about 8 to 10 pieces of fuel, most of them connecting their great offensive volley by Robo Sparks. And we'll move back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Taking a look over there. Still the bulk of this score coming from Confidential, but we also have some contributions coming from the Circuit Breakers. The Circuit of Lion's Bite, however, does appear broken. Solid safety light. Again, that indicates no comms with the robot. Just kidding, they're moving again. Welcome back. Lion's Bite sees another endgame period. We'll see what they can contribute to the match score or to slowing down the Red Alliance score, which appears to be their current trajectory as they go fight against the rookie team of Bronco Brigade. Bronco Brigade galloping up on top of the structure that supports the low bar there. They're now stuck in midfield, distracted for long enough. 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. That is all she wrote for match 22 with both alliances over that 100-point fuel threshold. The rest we will tally up. I'll be back in a moment. Match number 22 is in the books. Blue Alliance wins that one, 160 points to 109. It'll be a 4-to-1 RP split. You do see in that match the Red Alliance team 11347. Bronco Brigade was issued a yellow card for violation of Rule G416, damaging contact inside the frame perimeter of an opposing robot.
So with that, let's go ahead and kick off our next match. And as a reminder, we're going to 44 matches tonight. We are at match 23 now, so we're halfway home to get done tonight. Starting with the Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 4131.
They're from Renton, Washington. They're the Iron Patriots.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome to the field 4060.
From Chehalis, Washington, Bearcat Robotics.
And to round up this Red Alliance, it's 10416.
From Spokane Valley, Washington, the Radical Raccoons.
Here on Alliance, somewhere, it's 3212.
Team 3712 is from Union, Oregon. They're the RoboCats.
And their alliance partner is 4980.
From Kettle Falls, Washington, the Canine Crusaders.
And to round off this alliance for the blue, it's 3218.
From Bonnie Lake, Washington, that's Panther Robotics.
We got thumbs up, teams. You know what that means? Behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 23 is underway here at SunDome. 11 points on the board so far for blue. We'll see if any last-minute stragglers. Just a few of them, to say the least. That is Panther Robotics going for a second volley of fuel score in the Blue Alliance hub. They're helping propel their alliance to a lead coming out of autonomous, 37-21. Your live score now, and that does mean the Red Alliance will have the first shift here in the teleoperated period. Bearcat Robotics stuck on the bump into the Red Alliance zone, well, teetering between that and the neutral zone. They're now free into the neutral zone. Their alliance partners, Radical Raccoons, just free casting on the hub there in the Red Alliance territory, able to pick up dozens, plural, I'm pretty sure that was, of points. 48, nope, 50, it just keeps going. 55 points will be the final tally there at the end of shift number 1, and now the Blue Alliance making very quick work of more than catching up. We're now into just about doubling that. 112 points, and the hub still isn't blinking. We got time. Panther Robotics is like, yeah, bet, and drops off another about 12 points of fuel into the hub. Their alliance partners also picking up a considerable bit of score there. That's the Canine Crusaders out of Kettle Falls. Some of their last fuel was after the shift buzzer change, but they still picked up a good bit for their alliance. Onwards we go, back to the Red Alliance side of the field. Now the human players introducing fuel from behind the Alliance walls as the Radical Raccoons push it through the field wall, as does actually one of the Blue Alliance machines over there, the RoboCats, kind of helping herd some of that stuff along. That's not why they were over there, obviously. They were trying to play defense, but it just so happens that that's how physics works. Probably, maybe, I don't know. I'm not a physics teacher. 40 seconds left in the match, though. That much I do know. 180 points on the board for blue. That's also a fact, with just over 30 seconds left to play. Red Alliance still seeking the bonus rank point for Energized. They would need 4 more fuel to do it. Make that 1 more fuel. It's literally 1 fuel. It's going to happen. I believe in it. Oh, yeah, there it is. And then some. Red Alliance picks up that bonus RP. 5 seconds left. And just some last-minute fuel will drop in from both alliances to close out match 23. that qualification match, 240 points to the Red Alliance's 113, yet another 4-1 RP split, the 3 for the win there on blue, and then each alliance getting 1 RP of bonus. Be right back with match 24.
All right, we got robots on the field, so let's go ahead and introduce. Starting here on the Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 4692.
From Tootle Lake School in Tootle, Washington, they're the Metal Mallards.
And their alliance partner, it's 9023.
Community team from Sammamish, Washington, the Future Martians.
And to round out this alliance for the Red, it's 9450.
From Woodinville High School in Woodinville, Washington, the Velocity Raptors.
Down here on blue, for the blue, it's 10423.
From Moses Lake, Washington, CB Tech.
Its partner 6443.
From Liberty High School in Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
And to round off this blue alliance, it's 5468.
And from Summit High School in Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
All right, nothing like a new laptop to make things happen. Yep, getting there. Yep. All right, Leo has given us the thumbs up, which one says, we've got thumbs up, team, so that means one thing behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 24 begins here at the PNW SunDome District event. The Blue Alliance Chaos Theory and the Red Alliance Future Martians both just putting up tons of score in their respective alliance hubs. Neck and neck race so far. Blue Alliance pulls ahead by just 5 points after everything settles out, and so they will win the autonomous period and get the right to go second here in Teleop. Away we go as Future Martians, making quick work out of the start of the Red Alliance shift over here in the top left corner of the field. Dropping off a full hopper worth of fuel, and now here goes the second one. They're going to clean out basically all the fuel they can find up there in the very corner of the field, but here comes the 6443 Blue Alliance machine of aimbot to slow things down. The Alliance partner over here on red is Velocity Raptors. They rely on having lots of fuel imminently nearby that they can just run over and pick up, and that is not a thing that they particularly had that cycle, so they'll be spending this in-between time sending fuel back over to red territory. Meanwhile, the fuel flying out of the field, causing our refs to take cover from the barrage of yellow dodgeballs. Life comes at you fast. All right. Where are we at? 166 to 129. Your live score favoring blue. We're on our third shift now. Red Alliance back at it. Velocity Raptors not launching towards their hub. They're instead focusing on just pushing fuel through the field wall and supplying their human players and leaving the fuel on the ground to their Alliance partners. 90-23 out of Sammamish there. Red Alliance catches up to 186 points. Now we're back to blue. Fuel going everywhere. Andrew taking cover again. $219 points on the board now. 9 seconds until the end game period as Chaos Theory just does not stop. I thought that was the motto of aimbot, though, and aimbot is in the middle of the field. They're in the neutral zone. That's 64-43. They race over to the Red Alliance territory. Tortuga on top of some fuel as they try to go defend Future Martians, and that just scares them out of it completely. They head back to the neutral zone where they just scatter the fuel. They want to keep it away from the Red Alliance machines and push some of it through their trench over to Chaos Theory in blue territory. Chaos Theory, full hopper. Here it goes again. 10 or 12 points in that burst of scoring. Future Martians with the answer from red. A just constant back and forth battle, a total of 550-something points just on the live score. We'll get any straggling points accounted for and be back in just a moment. Results are in for qualification match number 24. It's a Blue Alliance victory, 333 to 253. Another 4-1 RP split. Where have you heard that one before? Chaos Theory stays on top of the leaderboard. They're undefeated in 6 qualification matches so far. Yeah, that's right. Just behind them, Aimbot's in 4th. Also a great place to be. And one step ahead of them, Metal Mallards drop from 2nd to 3rd with only their first loss of the day so far. Match 25 coming up next here at SunDome.
Right, we got robots on the field. Let's go ahead and kick off this next qualification match here in the, what are we at? We're at the Pacific Northwest SunDome up here in wonderful Yakima, Washington. So let's kick it off, the Red Alliance, and welcome team 11347.
From Lind, Washington, the Bronco Brigade.
And another team from the east side, welcome team 4061.
From Pullman, Washington, Cyborgs.
And their alliance partner, also from the east side, let's welcome team 2147.
From Spokane and the West Valley High School, that is Chuck.
And down here on the Blue Alliance, let's kick it off and welcome team 3876.
From the Mabton Junior Senior High School, that's the Mabton Lugnuts.
And their alliance partner for the blue, it's 6845.
From Astoria High School, Riverbots.
And to round off this alliance, let's welcome team 9613.
From Kennewick High School, Lions Bite.
I like that sound. All right. We got a green on the tree. Thumbs are up, teams. That means one thing. Behind the white line. We're going to kick this off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 25 begins here in Yakima. Red Alliance scooping up a flurry of early hub score here. Pretty great accuracy all around here for the autonomous period. 29 points and counting, yet more. Hub score still coming through. Human player providing some of the tail end of that there on red. Just 14 points over there on blue, so they'll get first dibs on hub scoring when we move into our shift-based teleop period. Red Hub turns off. Blue Alliance has exclusive scoring abilities now, and first to jump on that is going to be the Riverbots out of Astoria, scooping up just a few points there for the Blue Alliance before starting to meander their way over towards the neutral zone in the center of the field. This has given the Red Alliance just tons of time to stage things and get ready. Team Chuck trying out a new strategy here of launching their kind of trial shots, if you will, towards the hub while their hub is off so that they are fully aligned when the shift starts, and then they can just send the entire hopper of fuel all in one go. It's the micro optimizations towards overall faster cycles that these teams start learning throughout more and more matches of our day. 79 points on the board for red now as we move to shift 3, featuring the Blue Alliance remix edition or whatever. Riverbots, just a few pieces of fuel scored there. 3 or 4 at a time as they scoop them up into their robot. They have room for maybe a few more, it looks like, in that robot, but they keep it nice and simple so far. 26 points on the board so far for blue, and that'll be the end of shift number 3. And now shift number 4 as the Red Alliance is just fully loaded and ready with tons of fuel. Team Chuck still doing kind of the popcorn bouncer method of getting fuel out of the robot. It goes way up into the air, and they only launch one at a time, but they have a nice, steady flow of fuel towards the hub. 120 points on the board so far for red. All of that in the form of fuel score, and therefore they have secured the energized bonus ranking point thus far. And with 15 seconds left to play, we'll see how these alliances shake things out. Blue Alliance down to actually 0 robots. One robot moving over there. That is the Mapton Lugnuts. We'll see if they can get some last-minute score up on the board here for blue as our match expires. Red Alliance wins that qualification match with a score of 151 points. The Blue Alliance is 27. So that'll be 4 ranking points towards the averages of each of our Red Alliance teams and 0 to the average of each of our blue. Your overall leaderboard position is determined by the sum of all of the ranking points you earn across all your matches divided by the number of matches you play. So our leaderboard shuffles just a little bit here as we are a little over halfway, just a little under, halfway through our matches. I'm neither a physics teacher nor a math teacher we're learning today. Let's just move on. Match 26 is up next.
I guess we're switched now. Now we're ready to go. All right, let's go ahead and kick off the Red Alliance. We're going to welcome team 8532. And their alliance partner.
Matilda, that's classified. There you go.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome the field, 10-4-16.
From Spokane Valley, the Radical Raccoons.
And to round off this Red Alliance, let's welcome the field, 52-95.
They're from Shelton. That's Alternating Current.
Down here on the Blue Alliance, they're here to play. That's 29-26.
From Wapato, the Robo Sparks.
And their alliance partner, that'd be team 28-11.
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
And to round off this alliance, let's welcome the field, 59-20.
They're from Palouse. That's Robotics.
Mike. Green light. All set. Thumbs are up. So teams, thumbs are up. Green light means behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to match number 26 here at SunDome. Fairly quiet start to our autonomous period, and then all at once as the Radical Raccoons jump into the fray there with a bunch of hub score and their alliance partners classified, hopping up onto the tower. Level 1, getting that 15-point autonomous bonus. That helps easily secure their lead coming out of auto, 39-2. Your live score. And the neutral zone shuffles as fuel goes everywhere. Lots of it getting pushed underneath the low bar over here at the top of the field, particularly on the Red Alliance side by classified. Radical Raccoons also feeding things through. Now that's a system I haven't seen much of this year. They load a full hopper of fuel in the middle of the field, and they drive up on top of the bump, which is triangular shape, for those of you who don't have a good view of that, perhaps on the stream. And then they roll out the bottom of the hopper to send it down the ramp into their own zone for later use. Normally we see like a launch in the air to pass to your future self, but rolling it on the floor is a new one. Very raccoon-like. 73-53 is your live score. Red Alliance currently has the active shift of hub scoring. Last couple of pieces of fuel going airborne, and we will move on over to the blue side. The Robo Sparks were ready and waiting for that shift change, as were their alliance partners, the Stormbots out of Vancouver. Both of them dropping off 5 or 10 points each of score. Might have been a little bit more on the Stormbots side. And now they are ready for a second burst of scoring as their shift comes to a close now. Red Alliance side of the field, Radical Raccoons full hopper, as has their alliance partner classified, 85-32. It's the Spokane Valley plus Umatilla combo over here, while Shelton's team hangs out kind of in the neutral zone. Also picks up some style points for launching themselves over the bump nicely into Red Alliance territory. Now back into blue. I think they're just trying to get like their airtime stats higher with all these jumps. But that is perfectly okay by me. Blue Alliance hub pelted with just tons of fuel in quick succession here. It looks like that is the Robotics machine dialing things in there. Top right corner of the field. Just one after another and another and another of score making its way into the hub successfully. Their alliance trails by just a couple of points. Any last-minute score could help seal the deal. There's the last burst that might, maybe, help swing the match in their favor. Live score was separated by 4, but as always, your live scores are unofficial. We'll be back with the results soon. Match 26 complete. Red Alliance wins that one. 218 points to the Blue Alliance's 184. That tower climb at the end of the match helping secure the W there for the Red Alliance. So that'll be 4 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams and just 1 for each of the Blue, which means we'll have a little bit of a shuffle. Robo Sparks drop down 2 spots from 5th to 7th. But inversely, Classified moves up 2 spots from 10th to 8th. Match 27 is up next here at SunDome.
All right, we got robots on the field. So let's go ahead and kick off, starting here in the Red Alliance, and welcome to the field, Team 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Confidential.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome the field, 1595.
From Spokane, Washington, the Dragons.
And the team, that's right, that'd be Team 3712.
From Union, Oregon, RoboCats.
Down here hanging on the Blue Alliance. Let's give a big warm welcome to Team 4131.
From Renton, Washington, the Iron Patriots.
And their alliance partners, let's welcome Team 753.
They're from Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
And to round out this Blue Alliance, let's welcome Team 4513.
From Medical Lake, Washington, the Circuit Breakers.
All right, do it quick. Thumbs are up, teams. That means one thing, behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
This is match number 27, and 3 robots immediately race into the neutral zone to go scoop up whatever fuel they can. The Dragons probably coming away with the most of it there, 1595 for red, although quite a lot of scoring happening over on blue. Iron Patriots and High Desert Droids getting to quick work over there. Some contributions from the Circuit Breakers as well out of Medical Lake, up there in the top right corner of your screen. And onwards we'll go now with drivers in control. 26 points on the board for blue to the Red Alliance's 8. As per the usual, that means Red Alliance will have first dibs on scoring ability here. Confidential out of Umatilla. Just bouncing tons of fuel everywhere. Not much of it lands in the hub. Let's see if the Dragons have a little bit better luck here. They line up. First 2 connect, first 3 connect, first 4 connect. All right, I guess we're doing them one at a time. And there goes. Actually, it's not the rest of them out of the Dragons machine. It's actually the rest of them out of the Confidential machine coming in and making very quick work out of some red hub score. Still not quite enough to catch up to the Blue Alliance's 45 points, which will now increase as the High Desert droids just barrage that center hub with plenty of fuel there for blue. 86 points and counting for blue. Here comes another quarter hopper for the High Desert droids. About half hopper, let's call it, for the circuit breakers. And the shift changes back to red. The Dragons machine now has to face off against the Iron Patriots 41-31 machine, who is over here from blue in red territory playing some quick defense. They'll push and shove up against the Confidential machine. Umatilla's team still able to kind of connect with a few pieces of fuel all the way from over in the trench. And now we'll move back to blue for shift number 4, our last Alliance exclusive shift of qualification match number 27. 40 seconds left. Plenty of fuel getting scooped up here in the neutral zone. In fact, the neutral zone's kind of running out of fuel. It has all been corralled off towards the sides of the field. You can get a pretty good visual indicator of this up on the projector screen there. The Red Alliance in particular hogging up just all the fuel. There's no possession limits this year, so you can just bring as much as you want with you. It is the fuel buffet. With that said, the Blue Alliance has made more use of the fuel buffet so far. 152 points on the board. Red Alliance at 82. They're going to need to make it to 100 points of fuel to get the energized RP that so many alliances have had today. 3 seconds to make it happen. Just 10 more fuel. Can they do it? Not looking like it, and the match comes to a close. Match number 27 is complete, and that's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. 180 points to the Red Alliance's 88. That'll be a 4 ranking point match there for blue. 3 from winning the match. 1 was the energized bonus, and red just shy of that energized bonus themselves. Match 28 will be up next here at PNW SunDome here in Yakima.
All right. Field's looking good. We got robots on the field. Since we got robots on the field, let's go ahead and kick it off. Starting here on the Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 9450.
From Woodinville, Washington, the Velocity Raptors.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome the field, 3876.
And from Mabton, Washington, the Mabton Lugnuts.
And to round off this Red Alliance, it's 5468.
From Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
And down here on the Blue Alliance, Team 9613.
From Kennewick, Washington, that's Lions Bite.
And their alliance partner, 10423.
They're out of Moses Lake, that's CB Tech.
And to round off this alliance for the blue, it's 3218.
From Bonnie Lake, that's Panther Robotics.
All right. As we like to say, no robot left behind. We got a green tree. The thumbs are up, teams. So let's go ahead behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to qualification match number 28 here at the Yakima SunDome District event. We are going through 44 of these just today out of a total of 54. We'll finish up the last 10 tomorrow. Pretty close race through the autonomous period. Almost a tie, actually. Yep, nope, just kidding. The last red scores get tallied up. 64 points. Over there on red to the Blue Alliance is 45. Looked like some of that came perhaps from tower climb. I didn't quite catch it. Up and over goes just tons of fuel into Red Alliance territory as the Velocity Raptors, that 9450 machine out of Woodinville, pass to their future selves and to their alliance partners just tons of fuel. We've seen this in most of their matches, trying to corral the fuel across. This time they have a fellow offensive counterpart in Chaos Theory who does a similar strategy sometimes and launches in a pretty similar mechanism to how Velocity Raptors does. Just drives through, and if you've ever watched snowblowers going through a sidewalk, that is exactly the effect with the fuel both Chaos Theory and Velocity Raptors apply. 140-something points and counting. It's not even worth checking in on the number until it's done. We'll just check afterwards. Minute and 20 to play. 160 points on the board. Let's see what Blue Alliance's answer to that is. Panther Robotics accepts the challenge out of Bonnie Lake over here. Just tons of fuel going airborne for Blue. But they have a hopper on their robot that they have to fully reload versus the just drive over it approach that Velocity Raptors and Chaos Theory apply. This slows down the overall cycle. Even though you can get a big burst all at once, you have to go reload, which takes time. None of that over here for Chaos Theory and Velocity Raptors. If there is a fuel, they will launch it at the hub, and it creates this continuous stream all the way through the shift. 216 points on the board for Red so far. Occasional defense coming over and saying hi, but honestly, maybe it's more of a congratulatory high five than an actual defensive effort. Fuel going in the hub over there on Blue a little bit early before the endgame period begins. Endgame, our hubs are both illuminated. So the early stuff won't count, but the stuff after the whistle will. More fuel coming over here from Red. At this point, it's just kind of scattershot. What can we find and what can we launch at the hub? 320 points and counting. 7 seconds left to play in the match. Both alliances have secured the energized bonus ranking point, but will Red get supercharged? Not looking likely. However, a tower climb at the end is a fun differentiator. We will tally up all of these results, find any lost fuel, and get a result to you here shortly. Red Alliance wins qualification match number 28. 341 points to 170, and that'll be a 4 RP match holding Chaos Theory up on top of your leaderboards there. Velocity Raptors moving up into 9th. Just 1 rank point added into the average of each of those Blue Alliance teams. Just very minor shuffling in the leaderboards. Again, that middle of our leaderboard still very tightly contested with almost all matches being 4-1 RP splits so far today. I'm going to tap out and take a breather for the next 4 or 5 matches, 6 matches, I don't know, and we're going to have our tech director, Steve Kelly, come announce some matches. Good luck, Steve. Have fun.
Thank you, Josh. Coming up for match number 29.
All right, we're getting closer now. Okay, we got robots off the field, and we got a new robot coming on, so let's go ahead and kick it off. Starting over here on the Red Alliance. Let's give a big warm welcome to Team 11347.
That's Bronco Brigade.
And their alliance partner for the Red 8532.
That'd be classified out of Umatilla.
Go that way, that way. And to round off the Red Alliance at 6845.
From Astoria, the Riverbots.
Down here on the Blue Alliance, warm welcome to Team 4060.
Out of Chehalis, we got Bearcat Robotics.
And their alliance partner, 10416.
The Radical Raccoons from Spokane Valley, right
and
here.
Round off this alliance, let's welcome Team 2926.
Robo Sparks from Wapato. Looks like one of our hoppers needs a few more zip ties. Those hoppers have been getting a workout today as we've been putting the fuel in them like the snow blowers. You know, here at First, we live by the zip tie. We die by the zip tie.
So, since we're waiting, I want to give everybody give these guys a big hand. Eric and his crew keeping our field together.
Oh,
and
come
stuff.
on, you can be louder than that. Let them know you love them. Then, of course, they have to properly snip them off and make them look nice and pretty. Right, Stokely? Anyone out there rooting for the Red Alliance? Anyone out there rooting for the Blue Alliance? It's about the same. All right, looks like they're about done.
Green light. Reminder to students, please do not jump over these walls. You do not want to get your team a yellow or red card. Again, please do not jump over the walls. Okay, we got a green light on the tree. So that means one thing, teams behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go. For qualification match number 29, no, we did not. No
it happened
sounds,
again.
no bells and whistles. Fake out.
Just kidding. Oh, there we go. That's the second time that's happened. We got one more on me, apparently.
All right, let's try this again.
Okay, we got green lights again. Thumbs are up, teams. Check, make sure behind the white line in 3, 2, 1, go.
And there we go with qualification match number 29 for this SunDome weekend. And we're in the autonomous section where we try and put as much fuel into the hopper as we can. Those hoppers have been very busy receiving all the fuel and counting them before they spit them out. All right, now we're in teleop mode. As robots go and try and collect that fuel so they can put it in the hopper, it's currently on the red side. You can see 8532 out there collecting as much fuel as possible, hopping over. They'll hop over the hump and start launching. Not a lot of fuel in the air, not a lot of fuel in the air. There goes some. And blue is up currently 51 to 28. Now it switches over to the blue side. Blue is ready to launch the fuel into the hopper. Look at all that fuel in the air, all at one time. And the hopper counts it and spits it back out into the neutral zone. Almost to 100 for blue. Red's at 28. Red's collecting all their fuel, going to be ready to throw it up there. Nicely done. 8532. Now what blue is doing, they're collecting and getting ready just before it switches over to the other side. Oh, we're hung up. 2926 is hung up on the hump. Now it's blue side. And off it goes. Got to get it lined up. Some of these robots, you can see a turret. It's an automatic turret. It's always pointing towards the hopper. Takes quite a bit to program that. Well done by those teams that do it. And blue is just throwing a lot more fuel up there. Now it's red's turn, and they're able to do it. 140 to 55. 22 seconds left in the match. Still at the end, trying to get as much fuel into the hopper as possible to get that count up. And we are done with qualification match 29. We'll get you the scores in just a few minutes. And the Blue Alliance, 179 to 88. 4 ranking points for the blue. Well done. 40-60 and 10-4-16 all went up in the rankings. 29-26 stayed right where it was at rank number 7. All right, we're getting the field cleared up, getting ready to go for match number 30.
Nothing like field drama. I love it. All right. Let's go ahead and introduce our team. Starting over here on the Red Alliance. Let's give a big warm welcome to Team 4061.
That would be the Cyborgs out of Pullman, Washington.
And their alliance partner, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 9023.
Future Martians, and they are dressed to go.
And to round off this Red Alliance is Team 753.
High Desert Droids, currently ranked number 2.
And down here, sporting the cool look, that's right, that's Team 3712.
The RoboCats.
And their alliance partner for the blue, it's 41.
That would be the Iron Patriots out of Renton, Washington.
And to round out this blue alliance, it's 4513.
It's the Circuit Breakers. All right, folks, this is going to be a good match. Lots of high-ranking robots here. I can't hear you over here. What are you saying?
We got green lights. All right, green lights, thumbs are up. Teams behind the white line, cause in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Qualification match number 30 as all the robots go into the center and start collecting their fuel while other ones go ahead and start filling that hopper. Again, this is going to be a very good match with fuel flying most of the match. Still in autonomous mode. More fuel in the air. All right, so it's 49-13, red for blue. And here we go with the full. And more fuel in the air. It's there it is, and now it's the blue side. Blue is launching fuel and pushing more into their area to load up as fast as possible, while red is out there trying to collect and get ready for when it switches over to their side. They can either throw them over or push them over or collect them. You can see very different robots do it different ways. Now it's on the red side. And 9023 has just launched the fuel like the snowblower. I love that analogy. And there's more. Blue's getting ready. They're pushing all the fuel over into their side. And there it goes. It just switched. And now those blue robots will be launching the fuel up into their hopper. Those hoppers are actually pretty well made as they have to count each ball, each piece of fuel as it goes through. Red has collected quite a bit of fuel, getting ready for it to switch over to their side. And there they go. Look at all that fuel. Look at it go. That hopper had a lot to do there to count all that, and it's still going. And Blue's out there trying to collect and get ready for when it switches to their side in 4 seconds. And here we go. We're towards the end game. Both hoppers are available. 230, 240 to 60, 250. Red is ranking them up as they still continue to toss it. Don't see anyone going for the climb with 5 seconds left. And that's the end of the match. A few extra pieces of fuel to count. We'll get you the final score in just a minute. And here we go. The Red Alliance. 315 to 84. That's 4 more ranking points. All right, we'll be coming up on match 31. Coming next.
Such a classic song. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to introduce our team over here on the red
Hurry,
line.
come here, hurry.
Let's welcome Team 4980.
That's the Canine Crusader.
And welcome to the Red Alliance, Team 4692.
Rank number 3, the Metal Mallards.
And to round out this alliance for the Red, let's welcome Team 2811.
That would be the Stormbots.
Down here on the Blue Alliance, looks like they go 5920.
Vicotics from Palouse, Washington.
And their alliance partners, 2146.
Chuck. We got a few Chuck fans up there.
Yeah, that's right. And let's round it out for the Blue, 4125.
Shh, confidential. Sometimes those robots just don't want to connect. That's what I appreciate about all of our FTAs, though. They make sure they do the best they can to help them out and get them connected. Good job to our FTAs.
That's right. No robot left behind. All right, looks like we have a computer problem. So, we're going to go to plan B. Stay tuned. That's a great sound to hear. Yeah, it's normal though. It's rebooting. See, it's good. Woohoo! We have comms.
All right, while we're waiting, don't forget the alumni photo is right after the last match. The alumni photo right down here on the field is after the last match of the day. And at this rate, I don't know when that's going to be.
All good? No robot left behind. Just keep that in mind. All right, thumbs are up. We got the green lights. The team's behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go with qualification match 31. All robots are connected, all robots are moving, and the fuel is flying in the air. Notice they can even throw them from the driver's station, and some of those people, some of those kids are pretty good at throwing that fuel in there. Autonomous is over. Blue 34, red 27. Here they go in teleop mode. So now they're out there trying to collect as much fuel as possible, push it over onto their side so they can launch it into the hopper so the hopper can do its job and count the fuel. All right, 4980 is unloading its hopper very quickly as it throws it into the hopper. It's about ready to switch over. 5 seconds to switch over to blue. Still loading up the red hopper. All right, blue's turn. Now we have fuel flying on the blue side. From 4125, unloading its hopper right into unloading its robot right into the hopper. We've got fuel all over the floor. I love that overhead shot so you can really see how much there is available for all these robots. Back to the red side. We got robots that are full and being unloaded into the hopper. Sometimes they end up over here by us. And we're still throwing them in from the side. Blue's getting ready. Blue's loading up as they have just a few seconds before it turns back over to their side. What you'll see is the top of the hopper will turn and change color. So now it says blue, time for you to fill me. And we've got fuel flying in the air everywhere. As red goes around, it starts to collect as much fuel as possible for 2 reasons. Number 1, put it in their hopper when it changes to red in just a few seconds, and to keep it from blue. All right, now we're in the end. Everyone gets to throw fuel into the hopper as they collect more. Down to 17 seconds left in the match. All right, 10 seconds left. Doesn't look like anybody's going to climb. They're just going to continue to just launch that fuel into the air. And that's the end of the match. End of match 31 for the day. We'll get you your final scores in just a few minutes. They aren't very far apart. That could easily change. All right, here we go. Go. All right, and it is the Blue Alliance. Vicotics, Chuck, and Confidential with 191 to 173. That's 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance, 1 ranking point for the Red Alliance. Everybody on blue went up in rank. So now we're getting ready for qualification match number 32. And I'll be passing it back to Josh, who has paid a lot of money to do this well, as we get ready for qualification match number 32.
All right, getting the final robot off the field. Let's go ahead and kick off our next match. Starting over here in the Red Alliance, let's give a big warm welcome to Team 5295.
From Shelton, Washington, that's Alternating Current.
And their alliance partner at 6443.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
And to round off the Red Alliance, let's welcome Team 4060.
From Chehalis, Washington, Bearcat Robotics.
And coming down dear to the Red Alliance, it's 1595.
From Spokane, they're the Dragons.
And their alliance partner, it's 10416.
From Spokane Valley, the Radical Raccoons.
And to round off this alliance for the blue, let's welcome Team 9613.
From Kennewick, Washington, that's Lions Bite.
All right, struggling with that. Gates are closed. We got a green light tree. Thumbs are up, so teams behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 32 is underway, and Aimbot pelting fuel. Well, it was mostly at the red side, and then they turned around and fired a few over at the blue side. So we'll just call it absolutely everywhere. 5 points on the board for red, despite all the chaos, not much of it converting into score. And kind of likewise over on blue, we see a flurry of fuel go up into the air, and just about none of it connecting. And thus, 7-4. Will be your live score coming out of auto red with the advantage, and that means blue will take our first teleoperated shift here as drivers take control. Their hub is active and not much fuel going into it. Human players starting to provide a few from over the Alliance wall, and there's the Radical Raccoons out of Spokane Valley scooping up whatever score they can there, bringing the score up to 38. And it looks like they'll have a second volley here right before the hub starts blinking. Another and another, and that's going to be the end of shift number 1. We move over to shift number 2 on the Red Alliance side of the field. Alternating current, having their lights alternating between on and off still, which is a good sign. However, no wheels alternating between up and down and round and round. Hopefully they can get that one sorted out later in the match. Their Alliance partners picking up the offensive scoring rhythm where they can. That is Aimbot, particularly in that top left corner of the screen. 33 points on the board in total for red, and the shift moves back to blue. Dragons out of Spokane lined up next to the Blue Alliance hub. They have a full hopper of fuel, or close to a full one. Not deciding to launch any of it into the hub. Their Alliance partners did, however. That was Radical Raccoons. Taking a look at ranks of some of these teams here. Aimbot is trying to defend a number 3 rank position right now. They are 5-1 on the win-loss ties, so they're hungry for a win in this match, but not a lot of things going their direction so far. Their Alliance partners out of Chehalis, Bearcat Robotics, are over in the neutral zone towards the Blue Alliance zone bump, and also not choosing to play any particular amount of offense here, despite having offensive capabilities. Varied strategies this match over here on red. There's Bearcat finally firing off a few fuel towards the Red Alliance hub, some of it connecting. Blue Alliance Lexan panels getting torn off of robots. Call it a remodel. 2 seconds left, and that is the match. Blue Alliance wins that qualification match number 32, 151 points to the Red Alliance's 43. 4-0, your ranking point split in that one. 3 for winning the match, 1 energized bonus rank point there on Blue. All 3 of those teams move up a little bit on the leaderboard, and notably Aimbot moves down 3 spots over on the Red Alliance side with still plenty of time to recover that. We'll be right back with match 33.
All right, we got robots on the field. Field looks about close to ready, so let's go ahead and introduce the Red Alliance. Let's welcome the field 9450.
They're out of Woodinville High School. That's the Velocity Raptors.
And their alliance partner, that'd be team 11347.
From Lind Ritzville High School, that's Bronco Brigade.
And to round off this Red Alliance, that's team 4513.
From Medical Lake High School, the Circuit Breakers.
Down here on the Blue Alliance, let's welcome team 8532.
From Umatilla High School, Classified.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome the field 41.
4131's from Liberty High School in Renton, Washington, the Iron Patriots.
And to round out this alliance, let's welcome to field 38, second 76.
From Mabton's Junior Senior High School, they're the Mabton Lugnuts.
All right, thumbs are up. So teams, that means one thing. Feet behind the white line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 33 gets rolling here at SunDome, and the flurry of fuel going every which direction, including up and across the field as the Velocity Raptors pass their future selves some fuel to work with, and I guess the future is now. That sounds a little too much like a marketing phrase. Anyway, they launched some of that fuel immediately off towards their hub at the end of the autonomous period and climb up that tower for 15 points of autonomous score. That gives their alliance the lead coming out of auto, and thus Blue will go first on the teleoperated shifts, and they're kind of finding their footing here. Not a lot of time to grab fuel before the teleoperated shift begins. 85-32. Classified, able to scoop up just a few points for the Blue Alliance score before having to go chase down more fuel. And no offensive contributions that I caught, at least, from their Alliance partners. Onwards to the Red Alliance side that we go. There's Velocity Raptors sitting on their pile of gold like a dragon in the top left corner, and then they launch it, quite unlike a dragon, over towards the hub in the middle of their Alliance zone. They're also joined by the Circuit Breakers. They're at a Medical Lake, 45-13, picking up whatever fuel they can, although they get a little bit of a distracting nudge from Renton's Iron Patriots along the way. About a minute and 15 left to play. Velocity Raptors tossing fuel across the field now, once again, taking out a loan on future scoring ability here, minus that one that went outside the field, and that one that went outside the field. We won't count those. Just under a minute left to play. 125 points on the board for Red, 56 for Blue. And we're back to shift number 4 now on the Red Alliance side. This is our last Alliance exclusive shift. And it's just one after another and 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 another. Okay, you get the idea between Circuit Breakers and Velocity Raptors. Just about to break into the 200-point echelon there for Red. And then soon we will hit the 200 fuel-scored echelon, which that's pretty impressive here going into our in-game period. Blue Alliance trying to swing some momentum in their favor here with some fuel score. The human players are actually providing a good bit of it here from over the Alliance wall as they pass the fuel over, trying various different strategies, some basketball shots, some more like fastball pitching, etc. Classified trying to climb up onto level 1 of the Alliance Tower over there on Blue. Unsure if they actually got all the way off the ground, and that's why we have referees to check all that out and get a validated score to us here in just a moment. results are in for qualification match number 33. It's a Red Alliance victory, 259 to 78. 4 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams. We will be right back with match 34 here at SunDome. We're going through 44 today.
All right, we got robots on the field. Let's go ahead, kick off. Starting here on the Red Alliance. Let's welcome to the field, Team 9023.
From Sammamish, Washington, the Future Martians.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome to the field, Team 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Confidential.
And to round off this alliance, let's welcome to the field, Team 3712.
From Union, Oregon, Robocats.
Down here on the Blue Alliance, kicking it off for the Blue, it's 2811.
And from Vancouver, Washington, Stormbots.
And their alliance partner for the Blue, 5468.
From Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
And to round off this alliance, let's give a warm welcome to 2926.
From Wapato, Washington, the RoboSparks.
All right, we got green lights. All right. Look at 2811's thumbs. I don't know. I hope we're ready to go. We got green thumbs up, teams. So make sure your feet behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 34 gets underway here. We have our number 1 and number 4 ranked teams paired up against our number 3 and number 9 ranked teams. And remember just how close our leaderboard is overall clustered. This should be quite an interesting time. And actually looking at our team rankings here. I actually don't see the ranking points on this. Well, that's great. We'll move right on along. 53 points on the board for blue so far to the 26 on red. Red will have first dibs on scoring, and they are ready to go. Confidential lined right up there with the Red Alliance hub. Popping off a few pieces of fuel, maybe call that 10 or 15, give or take. Bunch of fuel leaving the field now. Referees having to catch some of it. And the Red Alliance Future Martians are passing fuel back to their alliance partners, Confidential, but it looks like their shift is going to come to a close with still a slight disadvantage on the scores. And then Future Martians just keeps on launching fuel well past the shift change, so none of that just counted for score. Blue Alliance over there picking up whatever fuel score that they can find as well. This is Chaos Theory just running amok through the fuel over by the Alliance wall. 151 points on the board and counting as they just scoop up and go And they kind of sent Stormbots off on a scouting mission to go find fuel across the field. Moving over to the Red Alliance side, here's Future Martians. They had a full hopper, dropped all of it basically off into the Alliance hub. Now they have a second one, and down the fuel goes. Just endless amounts of it over here. Still haven't quite caught up to the Blue Alliance's score, but they are making quick work out of at least trying. And we'll let the indexer count up the last bits of that red score. 159 points, and now back over to blue we go. 180 points on the board and counting. Now 190 and counting. And it'll just keep on going until morale improves, says Chaos Theory. Yet more fuel connecting over there on blue, 239 points. They've also had their alliance partners joining in there, the Robo Sparks out of Wapato, helping out as well. But here's Future Martians, just the entourage of fuel during our endgame period. 20 seconds remain as they look to close this deficit they've had basically the whole match. And there it goes. They take the lead. Red Alliance also sending Confidential in on the case to help out Future Martians here. The popcorn barrage of just endless fuel to end the match. 3 seconds left, 2, 1. And this is where we'll see the math play out of whether the climb that Chaos Theory spent their time doing at the end of the match paid off. Final results coming soon. Live score separated by 20, your final score by a lot less, but the Red Alliance still wins the match. 286 points to 277. What a comeback through that match, trailing until the last 15 seconds and then turning it around. 4 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams, which will help hold Future Martians in the 3rd ranked position, and they've now got a win-loss record of 6-2. Chaos Theory, despite taking their first L of the day, holds on to their number 1 ranked position, in part thanks to still picking up 1 ranking point, the Energized bonus. And each of those Alliance members will, of course, get that RP. Robo Sparks moving down 2 spots there from 4th to 6th. And Confidential will move up 1 from 9th to 8th. Match 35 coming up next here at SunDome.
Looks like the last of their robots are coming off field, so that means one thing. Let's go ahead, kick it off. Starting over here in the Red Alliance. Let's give a warm welcome to Team 6443.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
And their alliance partner here on the red. That's right. We're going to give a warm welcome to Team 4692.
From Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
And to round out this alliance, let's welcome to the field Team 5920.
From Palouse, Washington, Vicotics.
Coming down here to the Blue Alliance. That's right, down here on the blue, it's ready to introduce Team 10423.
From Moses Lake, Washington, that's CB Tech.
And their alliance partner, 1595.
From Spokane, the Dragons.
And to round off this alliance, we want to welcome to the field Team 4061.
From Pullman, the Cyborgs.
All right. Got a green tree. All right. Thumbs are up, team. So that means one thing behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to match number 35 as aimbot just sprays fuel all over the place. And we've also lost some Lexan panels off of something. Unsure if that's the field or a robot. We're going to find out. That is indeed the field, the sidewall. That's going to be great. I've seen that once before this year. And now we will see it twice this year with an E-stop to go with it. We will rebuild the field wall and get things reset. We'll figure out what's coming next in a moment, but that E-stop means we've got to reset everything here at the field. And just a heads up, because it's not always consistent how we handle these things, just for scheduling reasons, and that's okay. We are going to replay this match right now. We're not going to move the replay to the end or anything like that. So we're going to take a few minutes here, reset everything. We got to retoggle all the electronics, the whole 9 yards, and then we will replay this match. We'll be right back.
All right. Again, we want to thank our reset crew, the Stokely clan and company, for keeping us safe out here on the field. Yes, we may not like some of the outcomes, but they're out there right on it. Get it fixed for us, make things happen. Way cool. Thanks again, Eric and company. All right. Okay, the thumbs are up, team, so that means behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're rolling for take 2 of qualification match number 35. Just a quick little note. Because in the original play of this match, Team 1595 was bypassed, because this is a replay of that match, then per rule T201, 1595 remains bypassed here in the replay. And so, it'll be a 3-on-2 match here favoring red. Despite that, Blue Alliance is up just a little bit on the scoreboard coming out of the autonomous period. Shift number 1 begins over here on red, and not a lot of fuel loaded up into these robots to do anything with. Aimbot kind of like just tosses their fuel onto the ground in front of them, but there Vicotics is able to connect and make their fuel go through the hub and count for 1 point apiece in that Alliance hub. Just a few seconds left, 4 seconds to be exact, in the Alliance shift, and then we will move over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. They trail by 11. Let's see if they can make quick work out of making up that deficit. Here's Cyborgs out of Pullman, lining up 40-61, picking up 5, 10 points, give or take. And then the numbers get a little bit muddy with some help from CB Tech as well over there. Blue Alliance now at 75 points and counting. Over to shift number 3 we go. We'll go back to the Red Alliance side of the field. Aimbot up in the top left corner of your screen now, launching tons of fuel into the central hub for the Red Alliance. Vicotics looking to find a break in the distractions coming in from CB Tech to launch fuel of their own. Another and another and another they go, and now the score comes up to 93. So the Blue Alliance is 77. Blue Alliance now has scoring abilities through the remainder of the match. This will be their shift number 4, and then endgame is, of course, neutral. Red Alliance machines struggling to get access to fuel because the Blue Alliance defenders over here causing a bit of a ruckus. And also just intake mechanisms seemingly not playing fully nicely with their machines. Red Alliance is about to secure and now have secured the Energize bonus ranking point. 100 points of fuel score. And here goes endgame now. 13 seconds left of it. Vicotics continuing to launch fuel at a pretty consistent clip. A little bit coming through from Cyborgs out of Pullman as well. Over there on the blue side, anybody's game here. 3 points separate your two alliances as the match winds down. And we'll have to get a final result to you here in just a few moments. Results are in for that qualification match. 150 points, blue to 148 red. Recall way on back in the Stone Age when we played this match forever ago that it was a very close one that came down to the absolute last fuel, and indeed by just 2 points. Blue Alliance will pick up 4 ranking points, 3 from winning the match. 1 was the Energized bonus, and the Red Alliance will scoop up that Energized bonus. We'll be right back with match number 36, which might only need 1 try.
That's all right. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams here for match number 36. Let's give a warm welcome, Team 753.
From Bend, Oregon, that's the High Desert Droids.
And their alliance partner, it's Team 6845.
And from Astoria, Oregon, Riverbots.
And to round off this red alliance is Team 4980.
And from Kettle Falls, Washington, the K9 Crusaders.
And down here on the Blue Alliance, let's give a warm welcome, I am 5295.
They're from Shelton, Washington, Alternating Currents.
Oh. And their alliance partner, 2147.
From Spokane, that's Chuck.
And to round out this alliance, let's welcome Team 3218.
They're from Bonnie Lake, that's Panther Robotics.
All right. Green is go, team, so that means one thing. Behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 36 gets rolling here at SunDome, and immediately the High Desert Droids take up a post in midfield in the neutral zone to go pick up about half of their hopper worth of fuel for the red hub eventually. Blue Alliance, however, making up most of the fuel scoring here late in Autonomous. So far, they have a lead, and indeed, it will stay that way. Blue wins Autonomous 31 to 20, and now drivers will take the controls once more. Away we go. 1 second until Red Alliance has exclusive scoring capabilities over here. The Red Alliance machine of K9 Crusaders will head over into red turf and populate the Red Alliance hub with about 10 pieces of fuel. Actually, a little bit more than that. And here comes High Desert Droids with, that one's actually probably about 10 of their own. 4 seconds left in this Red Alliance shift number 1. And K9 Crusaders end things there with just a few pieces of fuel. Now over to the Blue Alliance side. Team Chuck has about half their hopper full, and Panther Robotics had a considerable amount of fuel as well, and they are working to try and eat away at the score deficit. Right now they trail by 28, now make it 20, now make it less than 20, now make it, I can't do math this fast. That's 11 points. Yes, I can actually. And we'll go back over to shift number 3 over on the Red Alliance side of the field, where the Red Alliance will look to get themselves an insurance buffer, because then it's going to be a long slog after this of Blue Alliance having nothing but scoring opportunities for the entire rest of the game. So Red wants to build up as much space as they can when they're about to lose scoring opportunity for a little while in just 5 seconds. 95 points on the board. Let's make that, it's going to be probably 100 by the time things are said and done. Just kidding, 99. 50 seconds left here in the match. Over on Blue, Panther Robotics making up like all of the offense for Blue right now. Chuck still finding, again, they have that really, really tall shot parabola going on. So they got to really dial it in, and it takes a while to dial it in when you're just waiting for stuff to fall back out of the sky. But they're finally able to do it. Did I speak too soon? Did I jinx it? I might have. And we'll head back over to the Red Alliance side. Although Blue Alliance now in the lead, thanks in huge part to that offensive flurry by Panther Robotics. Now Red Alliance looking to catch up. This is going to be K9 Crusaders picking up half dozen, maybe a dozen points or so. Up goes the High Desert Droids. They wrap themselves around level 1 and then fully inverted. I'll tell you, scary watching that thing flip, hoping it doesn't twist itself all the way back around, but then it is awesome to watch it actually stay airborne like that. That's it for match number 36, and we'll get a final result to you here in just a moment. Alliance victory, 174 points to the Red Alliance's 150. Another 4-1 ranking point split in that match. High Desert Droids falling from second to third, picking up their second loss of the day, but the entire Blue Alliance moving up a couple of spots each. Looks like an average of like 2 or 3. It's going to be an average of 3 spots for each of those Blue Alliance teams. Moving on up the leaderboard, moving on up in the world, and we'll move on up in the qualification match counter. Match number 37 coming up next.
All right, we got robots on the field. Let's go introduce our teams here in the Red Alliance. Let's welcome team 2926.
From Wapato, Washington, that's the RoboSparks.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome team 4131.
Now from Renton, Washington, the Iron Patriots.
Give me 10. All right, and to round off the Red Alliance, let's team welcome 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Confidential.
Coming down here to the Blue Alliance. We're going to hang out down here. And here they are, ready to rock and roll. It's 4060.
From Chehalis, Washington, that's Bearcat Robotics.
And their alliance partner is 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
And to round out this alliance, let's welcome team 9450.
From Woodinville, Washington, the Velocity Raptors.
All right. We got green lights. I got green lights. So green thumbs. That means teams behind the white line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 37 is underway here at SunDome out of the 44 will run tonight. Flurry of fuel from either side, but a fairly calm pace as things maybe start winding down for the night for some of these robots. Just a few last-minute basketball shots coming in from the human players over there on blue. And we'll end up at 17 points to the Red Alliance's 5 for our final autonomous score. And right now it is a 3-on-2 game as we are down a Red Alliance robot stuck on the bump, making their way out of the neutral zone. Let's see if they can get, yep, CPR from the Alliance partner works there as Iron Patriots push them off of the bump and then they get moving. I don't know if this is like manual transmission, start a car kind of thing, like if your battery's dead. I don't know. Do any of you drive manual cars anymore? I don't know. Minute and 50 left to play regardless. All the robots are moving now. And that's going to be the end of the neutral shift that starts. I'm sorry, the end of shift number 1. We'll be into shift number 2 now. Over on the Blue Alliance side, Blue Hub illuminated, getting pelted with fuel, most of it landing. And that coming courtesy of the Velocity Raptors out of Woodinville. That's that 9450 machine you see, top right of the screen. Dialed in and just zooming through all the fuel they can find there in the middle of the Blue Alliance zone. That magic number 100 is great for them, as that is the threshold for the Energize ranking point. And now Red Alliance will look to match that on their side of the field, 71 points of fuel and counting. However, their fuel supplies are going to dwindle as the Blue Alliance combo of Stormbots and Velocity Raptors launch their fuel across the field back into Blue Alliance territory so that Velocity Raptors can have it during their time. Blue now trails by a bit. Now they'll go ahead and take the lead again, and the seesaw of the match will continue to sway. All three Blue Alliance machines make their way now across into the Blue Alliance zone. Velocity Raptors just do not stop with the fuel entourage making its way to the hub. Their alliance partners trying to find a good window where they're not going to interrupt by launching their own fuel. But here's Stormbots coming in with the Thunder. Another 10, 15, give or take, pieces of fuel. But it is quickly answered over here by the Red Alliance with a similar-sized volley. However, bursts versus sustained tends to be the story of a lot of these matches, and Red Alliance operating on a burst model is going to have to burst quite a bit to catch up in score value here, although they are making quick work out of it. Live score showing them trailing by 30, but we'll see what our final score has in store in just a moment. Blue Alliance takes home qualification match number 37 with a final score of 227 points to 199, and it's another 4 ranking point match. To 1 ranking point there on red. Velocity Raptors move on up from 6th to 4th. They've been bouncing all over the place in that middle of the top 10 part of the leaderboard. Moving down just a couple spots there, Robo Sparks from 4th to 7th with still more than plenty enough time to regain that spot. Match 38 coming soon here in Yakima. Folks, remember we are going through match 44, and then the alumni picture. For those of us who have been doing this way too long, or those of you who just graduated last year, doesn't matter, alumni, all of us. After match 44. Sorry, I got distracted by Natalie talking to me. All right, moving on.
Got robots on the field. That means one thing. Let's introduce for our next qualification match, starting here in the Red Alliance. Let's give a big warm welcome to Team 5468.
And from Bend, Oregon, that's Chaos Theory.
And their alliance partner, that's right, it's 3876.
From Mabton, Washington, the Mabton Lugnuts.
And to round out this alliance for the red, it's 3712.
From Union, Oregon, RoboCats.
All right, hanging out down here in the Blue Alliance, it's 4692.
They're from Tootle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
And their alliance partner, 1447.
Team 11347's the Bronco Brigade.
And to round off this alliance for the blue, it's 10416.
From Spokane Valley, the Radical Raccoons.
Hey, we got a green tree. Look for the green thumbs. We'll be ready to go. All right, looks like we're ready to go, teams. Thumbs are up. Green light's lit. So teams behind the white line, cause in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 38 is underway here at SunDome. And yet more fuel makes its way towards the hubs for 1 point apiece throughout the game. Autonomous period is fully pre-programmed robot instructions plus some basketball live role play from the human players behind the Alliance walls. Brings our Alliance score up to 52 over there on red to 21 on blue. And now drivers will take control for the teleop period. That means blue will have first dibs to score over here in the teleoperated period. The converse of that is that they have to scramble to find fuel to score with, and thus far that is occupying much of their time. Looking over at the Red Alliance, they are trying to stage fuel for future use, although with 6 seconds left until their shift begins, I don't see anybody in like a prepared to score position, so this could be interesting. Chaos Theory, bottom left of your screen now, driving over the fuel, trying to get it to land in the hub. A lot of it is landing short and not quite making it in. It's a little hard to see on the stream perhaps, but here in the venue you can see the Lexan panels that make up the cone feeding into the hub. And a lot of their fuel was bouncing off the sides of those Lexan panels. Their Alliance score, however, up to 121 now, so they got enough things to work there across that Red Alliance with some help from the other Alliance members as well. And we'll move over to blue for shift number 3. They've got 53 points on the board and would like to make it, well, at least 121, clearly. Here's the Radical Raccoons out of Spokane Valley doing their part to eat away at that deficit, bringing the score up to 71 now, and the shift moves over to Red, who will have scoring abilities through the remainder of the match. Chaos Theory, top left corner, just pelting the hub with tons of fuel, bringing the score up now to 148. Here comes another volley. It is literally just Chaos Theory right now on the offense side, and that is okay because they are eating all of the fuel. There's a joke about like fuel efficiency, and I don't know. I got to think longer on this, and we only have 30 seconds left in the match. Let's just pretend I made the joke and move on. 216 points on the board for Red to the 75 for Blue. Blue Alliance hungry for that Energize bonus rank point. They would need 7 more pieces of fuel scored to secure it. There was one of them. There's like 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, I'm going to say they got that one. No problem. 5 seconds left in the match. Any last second climbs? Yes, no, maybe so. Chaos Theory says probably, and our refs will confirm or deny, and we'll get a score to you in a moment. Red Alliance secures the victory in match number 38, 281 points to the Blue Alliance's 109. 4 ranking points for each of the Red Alliance teams, 1 ranking point for each of the Blue. You've heard that for nearly every single match so far today, just with the Alliance colors swapping as needed. Chaos Theory holds on to the number 1 ranked position and moves to a record of 8-1, and also up in a great position. Metal Mallards still hanging on to the top 8, which is where you want to be. They'll move down just slightly to 7th now with a record of 5-4. Match 39 coming up soon. Remember, we're going through 44, then Alumni Picture, then we go home, and then tomorrow opening ceremonies are at 9. For those of you planning ahead, if you're going to leave right after your last match of tonight.
All right, we got robots on the field. Looks like we're going to go kick it off. So here they are, ready on the Red Alliance. Let's welcome team 9023.
From Sammamish, that's the future Martians.
And their alliance partner for the Red, it's 3218.
From Bonnie Lake, that's Panther Robotics.
And to round out this alliance, let's welcome team 6845.
From Astoria, Oregon, Riverbots.
Coming down here to the Blue Alliance. Looks like they're ready to go. Loud and proud, team 4061.
From Pullman, Washington, the Cyborgs.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome team 405920.
From Palouse, that's Vicotics.
And to round out this alliance for the blue, it's 85-32.
From Umatilla, Oregon, classified.
All right, we got thumbs up, teams. Okay, now we got thumbs up. We have a green tree, so teams behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Another one, another one, another one. This is match number 39 underway here at SunDome. And all of our robots moving in the autonomous period so far. It looks like, except maybe the Robotics machine, we'll see a pretty rare example of a climb over here from Classified over on the Red Alliance, or on the Blue Alliance side rather. However, even with that climb, not quite enough to win the autonomous period. Red Alliance putting up 68 points to the Blue Alliance's 52. And away we go for yet more driver-controlled action. Blue Alliance will take the first shift in teleop, waiting for hub score to go up, and there Robotics are able to dial it in and get at least a few fuel scored in the hub before getting knocked out of the way there for a moment. We'll have to readjust. Cyborgs from Pullman, 4061, also adding a little bit of score contribution to the Blue Alliance there, but not quite able to close the score gap with Red. Red will now try to add an insurance policy onto their score. They're ahead by 40-something, and they look to just continue to increase that number here. Future Martians, the endless scoring clinic they can put on. And they're paired up here with Panther Robotics, also no slouch in their own right, contributing plenty of Alliance score there. The Alliance ends up at 188 points, so they've easily secured the Energized rank point. Let's see if Blue can match it. Blue's going to need 8, 4, 3, there we go. Now they have the Energized rank point. That is 100 fuel points scored. It's not 100 match points, it's 100 fuel points scored specifically. 3 seconds left in this Blue Alliance shift as a few last pieces of fuel drop and bring the Alliance score up to 132. They are still working on closing up that gap, but the Red Alliance looking to re-add to that gap. English language is hard when you're getting tired. 38 seconds left to play here. 266 points on the board for Red. Panther Robotics now zooming around trying to find whatever fuel they can in the bottom right corner of the field. Anything they're not quite able to pick up gets passed right on through to the human player over there. That's Future Martian's human player. Launching some of that fuel over the Alliance wall on behalf of the humans in these human-machine cyborg alliances. 15 seconds left to play. 340-something points and counting. This Red Alliance just does not stop. On and on we'll go. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. And even as the buzzer sounds, still plenty of fuel airborne that our indexers will pick up after the match. We'll get a final result to you shortly. Red Alliance wins qualification match number 39, a whopping 401 penalty-free points to the Blue Alliance's 163. That is a few matches today now we can put in the books of how to play this game right. 5 ranking points, only our second time today seeing 5 ranking points from an Alliance. So we see the 3 for winning the match, 1 for the Energized bonus, and then the Supercharged bonus there on Red, just the Energized rank point on Blue. Putting all of the robot sports stuff aside, if your name is Adalia Betts, could you please swing by the score table? We have something of yours that you have lost. Again, that is Adalia Betts. If you could please swing by the score table, come say hi. We're nice, I promise. And also, we have something that you have lost.
All right, looks like we got some robots on the field and robots actually in the field. So let's go ahead. Kick off the Red Alliance. Let's welcome to the field Team 1595.
From Spokane, Washington, that's the Dragons.
And their alliance partner. Let's give a warm welcome to 9613.
From Kennewick, Washington, that's Lions Bite.
And to round out this Red Alliance, it's 6443.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
All right, coming through. Gates up. Woohoo. And then down here, coming into the Blue Alliance, it's Team 10423.
From Moses Lake, Washington, CB Tech.
It's their alliance partner, 5295.
From Shelton, Washington, that's Alternating Current.
And to round out the blue, it's 4980.
From Kettle Falls, the K9 Crusaders.
All right, we got a green tree light. Thumbs are up. So teams, that means one thing behind the line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
And away we go for match number 40 here. Aimbot spraying fuel all over the place again. This is now kind of becoming their autonomous signature as they try to send some of the fuel back to their own alliance zone, but much of it ends up either in the opposing alliance zone or out in the audience entirely. 10 points on the board there for red, 20 points for blue. All of it coming from fuel. Now it's 12 points on red. And away we'll go, blue with the advantage, so they get the right to go second. Red Alliance races back towards their own alliance zone. That's going to be aimbot in the bottom left corner of your screen, launching fuel from way on back there. And as per the usual for that corner, anything they can't quite push, or anything they can't quite get through the hub, they will push through the Alliance wall as they're scooping it up. They are the only Red Alliance offensive robot for that shift, and we'll move over to shift number 2 with the Blue Alliance. Backing up now, that's going to be the Radical Raccoon, or excuse me, CV Tech 10423. Backing up towards the bottom right corner, and their Alliance partners are there to help as well. That's alternating current out of Shelton. Now, they're mostly playing a bit of a pick-and-roll strategy, trying to get the red bots out of the way to make room for their Alliance partners, CB Tech, to do some scoring. They were also getting some passing assistance there from midfield. That's 4980 K9 Crusaders passing the fuel over the bump, airborne into the Blue Alliance zone. Your score is 51-29 as the clock ticks down. We're about 1 minute left in this match. Aimbot back to the bottom left corner, passing a little bit of fuel through to the human players through the field wall, and then back to the neutral zone they go to scoop up fuel and bring it back into the Red Alliance zone. They're really trying to hold this fuel on their side to make it more difficult for Blue to score. However, Red is going to have to come up with a strategy of their own to score fuel in these last 30 seconds coming up to try and eat away at the 48-point deficit that they've got going on. Final 30 seconds. Here are end game period. We see the Blue Alliance machine, 4980 from Kettle Falls, scoop up an entire hopper. I joked earlier about them having lost the one googly eye and replacing it with the duct tape eye patch. They've now replaced the second one. I can't actually read what it says. Like, the one says eye patch, the new one, I can't read what it says. I'll find out later, I'm sure. 2 seconds left in the match, and Blue Alliance right at the end there. Looks like they have secured the Energized bonus RP. As for the rest of the results, we'll get those to you in just a moment. Match 40 is accounted for. The Blue Alliance wins that one, 106 points to the Red Alliance's 52. 4 ranking points for each of those Blue Alliance teams, 3 from the win, 1 from the Energized ranking point. And onwards, we will go to match 41 here at SunDome.
All right, let's go ahead. Kicking it off. Starting over here on the Red Alliance, it's 21:47. Woo!
From Spokane, that's Chuck.
And their alliance partner, it's 45-13.
From Medical Lake, Washington, that's Circuit Breakers.
And to round out this red alliance, it's 29-26.
From Wapato, Washington, the Robo Sparks.
Coming down here to the Blue Alliance. They're ready to rock it. 7:53.
They're from Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
And they're alliance.
Team 3876 is from Mabton, Washington. It's the Mabton Lugnuts. Team 4060 is from Chehalis, Washington. That's Bearcat Robotics. And this lo-fi remix of our match intro is brought to you by whichever company makes these microphones.
All right, looks like we're ready to rock and roll. Well, I killed that head, Mike. All right, that's good. We got thumbs up in the air. So teams, that means behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Darren broke his first microphone, so we're trusting him with another one. Genius we are. Qualification match number 41 is now moving. Blue Alliance with a slight advantage early here in the autonomous period, but let's see what Red Alliance's answer to that is as Team Chuck lines up here closer to the hub this time. They might have shortened that parabola they use to launch fuel into the hub. They're also got some fuel coming in from the circuit breakers, but was it enough? No! 3 points shy there for Red. Blue takes auto, and they get the right to go second during teleop. That's going to give the High Desert Droids a chance to really fill up that entire hopper for those notoriously prolific offense cycles that they are capable of. Remember that they set our event high score and thus district high score at one point earlier today. However, right now they have a solid safety light, so we'll come back to them later and take some of the heat off. Red Alliance, Team Chuck right back there by the tower, launching one after another after another. They've definitely sped this up over the course of today and dialed in a bit of the accuracy. They're hitting a bit higher percentage there. I don't know exactly how many that cycle, but it definitely looked more consistent. 54 points so far to the Blue Alliance's 45. Droids are back in force, and they'll move through the middle of the Blue Alliance zone. Their hub is active. They could score, but they're going to look to load up more of that hopper before trying to score, but the shift changes before any of that fuel makes it through. Red Alliance side now, 80 points and counting as the popcorn continues. Tons of airborne fuel, and it's coming in from multiple robots now as the circuit breakers from Medical Lake get involved as well. They're clearing out some of the fuel that's behind Chuck. Chuck is a pretty tall robot, so they can't access some of the stuff that's behind the tower, but the circuit breakers can, and so they were picking up some of that. 45 seconds left to play here in this qualification match. High Desert Droids now fighting with Team Chuck in the neutral zone. They would like to get back into their alliance zone so that they'll be able to score in their hub as they trail by a little bit there as an alliance. It is an overcomable amount, but it is still trailing with 20 seconds left to play. 15 seconds left. 188 points on the board there for Red. However, both alliances over 100 fuel scored, so they will, looks like, scoop up that energized bonus RP. Just 5 seconds left as the Red Alliance sends this match off in style. Plenty of fuel score. No tower climbs on either side of the field. And that is all she wrote for match 41. Match number 41 in the books. It's a Red Alliance victory, 213 points to the Blue Alliance's 139. Another 4-1 ranking point split. 4 for red, 1 for blue. The 1 ranking point is going to hold all 3 of those Blue Alliance teams in the exact rank they came into the match at, which includes High Desert Droids at 3rd, which is a great place to be. Red Alliance each moving up. It's going to be an average of, I think that's 3 spots each. And up at the top of that Red Alliance ranking board, Robo Sparks moving up from 7th to 5th, now with a record of 5-5. Match 42, our anti-penultimate match of the day, coming up next.
All right, looks like we got robots on the field as we got little fuel cells running around everywhere here. All right, let's kick it off for the Red Alliance. Let's welcome the field, Team 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Confidential.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome the field, Team 6845.
And from Astoria, Oregon, Riverbots.
And to round out this alliance, I know you're out there, that's Team 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, Stormbots.
Here on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 10416.
And from Spokane Valley, the Radical Raccoons.
And their alliance partner for the Blue, 3218.
From Bonnie Lake, that's Panther Robotics.
Back for fun, that's Team 9023.
And from Sammamish, the Future Martians.
All right, got a green light. All right, thumbs are up, teams. So that means behind the white line. Because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 42 begins here at SunDome. Racing into the middle neutral zone, both alliances go. Blue Alliance able to make it fully back to their own territory. Red Alliance not quite the same story, and that will reflect on the scoreboard here as Future Martians and the Radical Raccoons just pelt the hub with tons of fuel, and they're able to pick up a total of 83 points across that alliance. Remember that the threshold for the Energize bonus ranking point is 100 pieces of fuel scored, and they have already secured it this early in the match. They were able to get that in the neutral shift between autonomous and shift number 1. That is wild, for lack of a better word. Red Alliance doing what they can to catch up here, and it is definitely not a slouch of an alliance here in offensive firepower. That's going to be Confidential picking up quite a lot of that score alongside their alliance partners Stormbots, the Red Truck, Red Bumpers alliance over here. But Blue Alliance back with a vengeance here as the Raccoons, Panther, and Future Martians, all three excellent robots in their own right, and then combined, it is kind of scary. 174 points on the board already with just under a minute and a half left to play. There's another burst from Panther Robotics right at the end of the shift, and 192 points will be where Blue will settle. Future Martians is actually working on robbing some of this fuel from the Red Alliance side and passing it to their future selves on Red. We see an interesting dynamic, though, as Red leaves a defender down in Blue territory, not really to disrupt the robots, more to just play Reclaim the Fuel. We see them pushing some of the fuel back through the trench, although now they'll play some more traditional defense. Their alliance trails by about 100, and so at this point they're looking to slow down the Blue Alliance scoring bursts and slow the bleeding a bit. 42 seconds left to play. 246 points on the board for Blue, and it just will not stop. That is Future Martians with nearly 100% accuracy on that last cycle. Let's see what the Radical Raccoons have for us here alongside Panther Robotics, and both of them combined still like 90-something% precision and accuracy all around for that alliance. Absolutely incredible fuel scoring. Over on the Red Alliance side, we have at least secured the Energize bonus RP with 118 pieces of fuel scored. That contributing towards the 148 overall points of score. 5 seconds left in the match. Fuel still going absolutely everywhere. And live score showing another match over 400 points. We'll see if that holds true in the final score momentarily. Some say the answer to the universe is 42, but I think the Blue Alliance says it's 405, as that's their winning score over Red at 149. Our third 5 RP match of the day over there. 3 ranking points for winning the match. 1 for the Energize threshold at 100 fuel, and 1 for Supercharged at 360 fuel over there on Blue. Just the Energize bonus RP on Red. Leaderboard shuffles ever so slightly. Future Martians hold in second, 1 spot behind Chaos Theory there is on top. Panther Robotics moves up from 7th to 4th, quite a jump. And then Radical Raccoons, welcome to the top 10, y'all. 18th up to 10th. What an excellent place to be. We got just 2 more qualification matches to play tonight, and then remember we have our alumni photo for those of us with no escape plan and are still here. That'll be after match 44.
All right, we're down to our last 2 matches for the night. So for those that are queued up, those are the last, that's the last robot. So let's go ahead and kick it off. I think we're at match number 42 or so, give or take one. Introduce, or 43, it'd be 43. I'm getting there. And go ahead and introduce here on the Red Alliance. Let's give a big warm welcome to team 5468.
Currently ranked number 1 from Bend, Oregon. That's Chaos Theory.
And a team that's already cemented their district championship at the here for Washington State. That's team 4061.
From Pullman, Washington, Cyborgs.
And also, they'll round off this Red Alliance is team 4131.
From Renton, Washington, the Iron Patriots.
Down here to the Blue Alliance, it's team 11347.
From Lind, Washington, that's the Bronco Brigade.
And their alliance partner, let's welcome to the field 4980.
From Kettle Falls, Washington, the K9 Crusaders.
And to round out this alliance, let's welcome team 6443.
And from Hillsboro, Oregon, Aimbot.
All right, no robot left behind. That's how we think in this side. For those that are wondering what's happening, there's a main power cable that plugs into the brains, and that power cable was floating in the air. So it's not a wireless power, so, you know. All right, we got a green Christmas tree. Woohoo! Okay, the green thumb is up. So teams behind the white line, because in 3, 2, 1, go.
Away we go for our second to last qualification match of the evening here at SunDome. Yet more fuel making their way towards either respective hub. Red Alliance with a bit of an advantage here. 3 seconds left in auto, and it looks like it's going to remain that way. And if anything, extend to a bit more of an advantage. 42 points on the board there for Red to the Blue Alliance's 15. And off we go with drivers at the control now. Blue Alliance will go first here in Teleop. They got to scrounge up whatever fuel they can here quickly. We see one get processed through the hub. And that's it. Looks like we're still finding our bearings over here. Bronco Brigade waiting to start up their offense flurry, but the K9 Crusaders, their alliance partners, will come in to help and pick up 10, 15 points towards the Blue Alliance total. Hub starts blinking, and that means it's the end of the shift. Over to Red we go. And here's Chaos Theory from the upper left corner. Just dousing the hub in tons of fuel. The jerry can, as it were, leaking tons of points in quick fashion. They've already exceeded the 100 fuel threshold for the Energize bonus ranking point. 129 pieces of fuel scored so far. A couple more will get counted as the indexer finishes shift number 2 there. Shift number 3 begins over here on blue. A few pieces of fuel early on, and now we are back to trying to find fuel to score with. And we're getting tangled up now in Red Alliance robots, causing distractions. And these aren't like dedicated defense bots either. This is Chaos Theory coming over, and the Cyborgs coming over to play mini defense against blue and just disrupt things and then go right back to offense. Although I guess out of our number 1 ranked team at this event, you would kind of expect them to be a jack of all trades, now wouldn't you? There they are, top left corner again, pelting the hub with more fuel, 225 points and counting. Their alliance partners, Iron Patriots, are also contributing to the match in a different, less visible way. They're pushing fuel through to the human players. We actually see that from Cyborgs as well. And those human players absolutely well fed with fuel over there as they get their basketball skills on and launch the fuel in from behind the field wall. 1 point apiece, no matter where it came from. 300-point threshold, 300-point, margin broken here on Red, but not quite the threshold, which would be the supercharge bonus rank point. We'll get a final match result to you here in just a moment for match 43. That's match number 43 in the books, folks. Red Alliance wins that one, 313 points to the Blue Alliance's 88, a 4-0 ranking point split. 4 ranking points for each of those Red Alliance teams. Chaos Theory moves up to a 9-1 win-loss record, and they'll hold on to their number 1 ranked position. Iron Patriots moving up from 13th to 9th, and Cyborgs will move up 2 spots, 23rd to 21st. We got just one more qualification match left to play here, so we'll get reset for that one, and then remember Alumni picture, and then we go home or go wherever. Opening ceremony is tomorrow at 9, keep in mind. But we'll remind you one more time after this match. Just a reminder, if your name is Adalia Betts, please swing by the score table. We have something you have lost.
All right. Again, if you know an Adalia Betts, please have her come down here. Adalia Betts. We have to give you something. All right, let's go ahead, kicking off. This is our last match of the evening, so let's go ahead and introduce the Red Alliance, starting over here in the number 1 position. That'd be Team 753.
From Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
And their alliance partner, it's Team 9450.
From Woodinville, Washington, the Velocity Raptors.
And to round out this Red Alliance, it's Team 1595.
From Spokane, that's the Dragons.
And down here on the Blue Alliance, let's welcome Team 4692.
From Toutle, Washington, the Metal Mallards.
And their alliance partner for the Blue, that's 8532.
From Umatilla, Oregon, Classified.
And to round out the alliance, Team 52.
They're from Shelton, that's Alternating Current.
All right. Match number 44, last match of the night. Let's get ready. We got a green behind the white line. So in 3, 2, 1, go.
Away we go for qualification match number 44. Now our last one of the evening, and Velocity Raptors with their signature past to future self operation here as they send fuel over towards the bottom left corner of the field, and then they will climb here in the autonomous period. 31 points, 32 points on the board for red, 13 for blue, and a 17-13 fuel split means Red Alliance will go second in teleop. It is just a fuel score. It is not the total score that determines advantage and who gets what shifts going into teleop. Thankfully, though, in this match, those were the same. Blue Alliance now up with an active hub, but not taking much advantage of it quite yet. They got to find fuel to actually launch into it. Here's Classified with now fuel to score. They're able to pick up 5 or 10 points worth of Blue Alliance score. They'll come back one more time for just a few more, and most of those sink. And then you don't need to hear the sound to know the shift changed. You can see the flurry of fuel as we see the High Desert Droids and Velocity Raptors just going to town here. And the Dragons also scooping up plenty of fuel of their own. I haven't seen much of it leave the robot yet, but it's possible it's just getting lost in the chaos of how much fuel is getting scored over there. 167 points on the board so far for red. We've got a little over a minute left to play. Blue Alliance now looking to find a scoring opportunity. It's going to be Classified coming in again, 85-32, lining up. There's, call it 10, 12, something like that, points scored into the hub. And then they'll go back on the search for yet more fuel. 180 points and counting, and it'll just keep on going and going and going and going and going and going and going. Velocity Raptors, even when they're getting hit by the opposing defender over here, Metal Mallards, all up in their face, they rarely miss. Just a couple of them getting knocked off course. Although now they appear to be stuck up on top of a field element there. That is the depot that they are stuck on. There's like little pieces of metal up on top of the carpet there that hold some fuel in various parts of the match. Red Alliance going for the double climb here. They are looking for the tower RP in this match. Because we had the auto climb. We'll see if we can get the double climb here in endgame to help get the traversal. That's looking plausible, y'all, but, you know, we'll let the referees count that one up. We'll be back in a minute. That's all, folks, for match number 44. The Red Alliance wins that one, 271 points to 87. 3 ranking points for winning the match, +1 for the Energize bonus RP there on Red. Not quite the traversal and didn't reach the supercharge, but still an excellent match all around there on Red. High Desert Droids will hold on to their number 3 rank position. And moving up from 5th to 4th, Velocity Raptors continue their gradual climb upwards on the leaderboard they've been exhibiting for quite a lot of the afternoon.
All right. Thanks, Josh. And as a reminder, the Mentors Breakfast tomorrow, 7 a.m., back behind the robot inspection. So mentors, free, you know, all that fun stuff. And then again, thanks again for the volunteers, everybody. Everybody have a safe night. Get some sleep. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Doors open at 8. So, and the good till. Thank you.
All right, time for the alumni photo. Everybody come down for the alumni photo. That would be the photo of the alumni.
All right, where are those alumni? Come on, you oldies. Come on, you first alumni oldies. It's looking good. Come on, we're looking for the oldies, all these oldies up here. The alumni. Where's those first? Oh, yeah, there's a lot of you here. You guys are like, You're killers. Yeah, look at, he finally said, okay, I'll go. All right, where's Josh? Okay. He said he wasn't going to do it. I wanted him up here. Any more alumni out there? If you're alumni in the pits, you have a free pass to the field. Alumni in the pits, you have a free pass to the field. Where's Alita? Where's Alita? Okay, she can. All right. You're an alumni and you're in the pits. You are seconds of missing the picture.